Our next category
Ew.
is hottest guy of the season.
Oh no.
There are a few. Young George Clooney,
Gorgeous.
gorgeous.
Tom Selleck as Magnum.
Super dreamy. Barry Williams.
Oh, he's very
Um,
sexy.
I know you're a big Wiley fan.
My Sean Cody
In
boy. Oh. Mark Shera looking great.
Bruce Davison.
Leslie Nielsen. He's
He's
very
sexy.
sexy.
Our ambassador in White Rose.
Tall, dark, and handsome Vice Chancellor Simon.
Oh yeah, handsome,
Yeah.
handsome, handsome people.
I mean, and this category was really difficult. It was like putting me between a hard place and a hard place.
Hmm. No one's saying we can't have fun on this show. It's here. It's here.
We did it.
I can't believe it.
The mammoth
Six.
accomplishment.
Hey, I'm Victor Devon,
I'm petrified. And
and
this
this is
is Tonight
Tonight
on Murder,
on
She
Murder
Wrote,
She Wrote,
Season 3.
the Postmortem.
We have so much
Goodness
to talk
gracious,
about.
folks.
Wow, wow,
There,
wow.
there is. So this is the third iteration of the Postmortem that we've done. If you're unfamiliar with our podcast, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Hi.
We're two nightlife individuals who met. Oh God, 10 years for 12 years, many
11.
years ago,
Yeah.
11 years ago, in New York City when both of us were on that coast. And through life
Imagine
changes,
that.
now you're in the middle of the country and I'm on the West Coast,
Yeah.
but we
I'm
still found a
honorary
way.
West. Honorary West here.
Mountain time. I don't know. There's
I'll make a case for it.
okay.
It's like
Um,
it's like the stepchild time zone, right? It's the one everyone forgets about.
yeah. Well, because it's one of the more inconvenient because uh
Kind of, yes.
when I grew up, I think most people, well, I don't know about everybody, but I think most people my age, when TV networks were starting to really pay attention to Central Time, it would be like 8 o'clock, 7 Central. I remember that was being part
Hmm.
of marketing. And then you just knew about the West Coast because that was the furthest possible. Well, it
Right.
actually isn't. We still have Alaska, and probably parts of Hawaii. I don't know everything about. But then, yeah, mountain.
And
That's neither here
we
nor
had
there.
to figure it out. We had to do the math every single time. And that's
Silly.
why I scored so highly on my SAT math. It
Well,
wasn't that great.
here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna review season three, which, as
Yeah.
I keep saying, is one of the most experimental season threes. And I don't know
Big
if
swings
that's
everywhere.
yeah, I don't know if that's true of every show. I think a lot of times you sort of say, oh, start with season two or season three is when they really get into the groove. Here, they're remixing the groove. They're
Hmm.
finding ways to sort of explore. And I did a quick look. I was like, oh, and this is I think this is the season where they spend the least amount of time in Cabot Cove. Frankly, no, it's not. Season two, they barely spend any time in Cabot Cove.
Aren't there only three
Um,
episodes in season 2 in Cabot Cove? I
Something
think it's
like,
only three,
yeah.
or two and a half
And this
even.
one I know it. Well, there's a case to be made depending on how where you
Yeah.
feel
Yeah.
jurisdiction wise, particularly when we use Tupper as our guidepost. But it's this seems like the most where it's Jessica having the most elaborate events outside of Cabot Cove. Like even if she's not like it's Idaho, it's not like Monaco, but
Right.
it's where she is actually really matters.
Oh
It's not
yeah, there's a
just
lot of attention to the setting. They're
yeah,
important. I mean,
very.
sometimes in the show, the setting is neither here nor there. It's just a way to build a new set and be in a new place.
Sure. Well, that's
But they're
mysteries. That's
they're fun
fun.
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have
Um,
a whopping 38 categories to discuss today. 38. We did cut
it's all
some
our fault.
from our previous, but we just can't help ourselves. There's too much to talk about. And even as I was going through this list, picking my faves and least faves and whatnot, I kept thinking of other categories that I wanted to just create just to give love to certain episodes and certain performances that maybe won't get the discussion points they need today, right? But we can't do everything. We are but two
No.
mere individuals with a finite amount of time on our hands, so Well,
I did say so.
sometimes.
Next time, I want to do best returning player because
Great, great idea.
there were a number of individuals who were in this season that I want that when we do it next time, maybe we can even say who would have made the cut if we had included that for season 2 or 3. But there are
Hmm.
some ones who came back in completely different directions that were
Yeah,
very impressive. And so I think McGann Dusenberry is one that I was very, very pleased with her return. I
absolutely.
thought that,
I thought our blind
oh,
suspect
sure.
in Murder She Spoke was has done such good work in both episodes and such different
Hmm.
characters. Like, would have loved to give him a shout out. I guess we are right now.
Yeah, yeah. It's sort of unofficially,
Yeah,
but yeah. So I think we should add that to your spreadsheet for next time.
making
For
a
those who don't
note.
know, because why would they? Petra actually Google Sheets the hell out of this, and we
Yeah.
have 3 different tabs that we were working.
Well, so we like to keep these a secret from each other, right? I have not
Yeah,
looked at Victor's list, and he has not, as far as I know, looked at mine. And that way we can come with surprises. We can
yeah,
upset each other's picks and make the other pivot. It's a bit of a game,
yeah.
really.
Last session of the postmortem, we surprised ourselves. We changed our minds as we were talking.
We did,
So
yeah.
yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Um,
One thing I want to say before we even start, and this is just to give some credit to one of our favorite guest stars so far, in the episode Murder in the Afternoon, Alice
mhm,
Krieg, I think it's Krieg.
I think it's great.
I watched the 2007, I believe it was, version of Jane Austen's adaptation of Persuasion for the BBC,
Hmm.
with Sally Hawkins playing the Anne Elliot role, and Alice Krieg plays Lady Russell, who is the persuader in that case. And I
Mm.
have to tell you, she was so sublime in it. And it was so interesting to see that that actor in Murder in the Afternoon, who's sort of doing a generic sort of ingenue, playing such a distinct and classy and focused character. So I think this is why we do it, right?
Yeah,
Because it's so much fun to talk about these people and the work that they do on Murder, She Wrote, and then the work that they do outside and after Murder, She Wrote. It's just a delight. So,
are you a folk horror fan?
yeah, I like folk horror.
I would check out She Will. Came out a couple of years ago.
She
It's
will.
she's the lead in that, and it's a psychological horror. It's not quite as meta as much of the A24 the trauma kind of trauma,
Hmm.
but she's quite good in that, and she's like a film actress who is sort of past the peak and is sort of handling aging in the industry, having gone through like a terrible accident, and she goes to like this, what would you call that? I guess retreat in the
Like a
woods, and
wellness
basically,
outing.
but
Yeah.
like super lo-fi, and
Mm.
the
Sick.
Sue. Yeah, so, and of course,
Man,
everyone knows her as the Borg Queen. So she's
absolutely. She's a dynamic actor. Yeah,
yeah.
she's wonderful. So, well, what do you
Uh,
think?
I think you go first.
Do we dig in? Okay, let's do it. I'm feeling a little trepidatious. Let's dip our toes in the water. Okay, so
Mhm.
our first category is Best Episode Title. And this
Right.
was such a no-brainer for me because it gives me everything I want. It plays with ideas that are already established in the show, and it tells you exactly what you're getting. And my choice for Best Episode Title is The Corpse Flew First Class.
It's a good title.
I think it's so delicious. It creates the environment already, right? That haunted house in the air environment. Everybody's trapped, and we have to figure this out before we land and the doors open.
Hmm.
And it also is a sort of play on Jessica's first novel, The Corpse Danced at Midnight, right? It sort of
Hmm.
subverts that title a little bit too. So, not much more to say about it. That's my number one.
There are a few words that are quite so evocative as corpse. Corpse is such a
Exactly.
unpleasant word.
Hmm.
So I chose Murder She Spoke. Simply put,
Excellent.
because we discussed this last session that it's interesting that it took so long for them to get to that. but
Yeah.
they don't often lean into that. But it's very similar, I guess, to what your criteria was, which are it's like it tells you exactly what you need.
Hmm.
Um, and it's very smart. It actually makes perfect sense
Hmm.
with the episode, which has to do with the recording studio. Is her portion of the recording studio the lesser of the plot lines? Yes, but it opens with that. It sets that tone, and they saw that door and they opened it. Like they
Hmm.
knew they that was it was very smart. And any
Yeah.
other opportunity they could have used any like blind or dark or anything like
Right.
that, they didn't. They actually it's actually more of a subversion of a title,
Right.
and it's still clever to me.
Well,
So
it's her audio recording that she listens to that gives her her final aha moment, right? So it really
that's true
does
too.
round about. So that's
That's
I think
true
it's
too.
beautiful. What a great way of changing up the title of the series too.
Yeah.
We had
I
said,
forget. Do we do during these sessions, do we give away what our second choices were?
yeah, let's throw our second choices and any other. Why not? This is what we're doing. Please tell me.
If
I
we
want
have
to
them.
know. I want to
If we
know.
have them. I also really like As the Days Dwindle Down. Um, I
Oh.
think that that's evocative. It doesn't have anything to do with the original movie that the show is based on.
Hmm.
So, which is what Strange Bargain, I believe it's
Strange
called.
bargain. Yep.
It's a beautiful song. It's September song. It's just I don't know. I feel like the writers were touched I don't know. It's poetic. It's interesting to me. So I like
It
that one.
is, and it's also it's the only episode of the season that doesn't actually include a murder.
Not directly, no.
Not
Yeah.
directly, right? And so there's something a little dreamier about it, a little less violent or spooky or whatnot. So I think it's very fitting for what the episode ends up being. Yeah.
Did you have
So
a backup?
I did. I like Night of the Headless Horseman.
It's clever. It's cute.
Yeah.
It makes sense. It's all there. Like it's all
It's all
there.
there. Yeah. The episode delivers
Yeah.
exactly what you're getting. You get spooky music, you get walking along lonely night roads, you get a headless horseman, you get a headless
Hmm.
body. I mean, it's just right for me. Even the bar, you know the bar that they hang out in? It has that Washington Irving, upstate New York,
Oh yeah.
1700s feel to it. So I think it's really
Straight
spot
up.
on. Yeah, I love that title.
Straight up.
Yep. Category
Well,
two
where there's a best, there is sometimes a worst. And
must be.
I don't know. The some of these were fine. Like some of the titles were like what is the word? Proficient, not proficient, perfunctory, maybe that's the word.
Yeah,
They did the job. They were fine.
sure.
Um, so I have two choices for this as well, but the one that actually won is The Bottom Line is Murder because it's clunky.
It's hard to say, right? It's hard in the mouth.
The Bottom Line is Murder.
Oh my.
I know that the show within the show is called The Bottom Line. That's
Hmm.
terrific. However, and it's in the style of like hard copy or current affair, and you know it that's fine.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is it doesn't mean anything. Like it just doesn't mean anything.
No. It doesn't have an innate cultural
Um,
value, right? You have to watch the episode to understand it.
and it's not clever. Like it's
No.
just also not clever. It's not a pun. It's not a turn of phrase, and it's also not an expression.
Yeah.
So it also you wouldn't ever say, "Well, the bottom line is murder."
It's no
What does that
idiom, it's
mean?
no colloquialism, it's no
No,
sociolect. It's
no.
like they had a setting and then they just added is murder at the end of it because they needed a
And
title.
there any number of television puns they could have do, consumer reporting. Like there's a lot
Hmm.
in there already
Yeah.
that they could have worked with. It just seemed a little. It's one of the less evocative,
Yeah.
and therefore I don't like it.
I don't like
What
it.
about you? What about you?
I I just don't like unfinished business. I think it's
Hmm.
so, I mean, it's appropriate for what's going on, sort of, but it's more like business that's finished that he then makes unfinished, right? Like he goes back for more. I don't like it. And I might just have a little bit of a bent toward that episode in general, but I just feel like there could have been something more. There could have been something more there. It's too
Yeah,
vague for me. I'm not going to open up the IMDb list or look at it in my iTunes library or Prime and say like that's the one. That title is going to make me
right.
watch Murder, She Wrote. No.
I think sometimes if we look at it as the name of a Jessica Fletcher novel, it can give us an indication if it works or not.
Yeah.
And Unfinished Business by Jessica or by JB Fletcher doesn't quite jump off the page.
Good call. I never thought of it in that context. But you're
I
right,
mean,
it
if you
doesn't.
think about it, a lot
Yeah.
of them are like One White Rose for Death by JB Fletcher, Corned Beef and
Yeah,
Carnage
absolutely.
by JB Fletcher. These are
Hmm.
titles that make
She
sense,
would write
really.
that book. Even
Right.
Murder in a Minor Key, she wrote that book. And
Absolutely.
we believe that
That
she did.
is. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes they're almost a little too clever for, I think, their own good. Like,
Yeah.
what is it? Dirge for a Dead Dachshund. That's a mouthful. That's a lot. That's a lot.
There's a lot of
Um,
consonants in there.
but my runner up, which I have to say was sort of neck and neck, is Simon Says Color Me Dead.
Oh, okay.
Um, just call it Color Me Dead.
Yeah.
Come up with something else. Simon
Yeah.
Says makes app. No, I know his name is Simon. I don't care. It's clunky. It's also not an. It becomes not an expression because Color Me Dead is also not an expression.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's and it's also oddly flippant. Like it just seems a little cutesy for an episode that frankly isn't.
It is, because isn't Simon Says like a charming
It's
gym
a game.
or like
It's a game.
recess game or something, right?
Yeah.
Like Simon
Simon
Says,
Says
yeah,
go 3 feet.
right.
Clap your hands. I didn't say Simon Says. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Um
They don't even do that. That's not
it's
even a part of what's going. It's just they're
it's
just
not.
using the idea of it and sort of trying to fit it into something. It's a beautiful episode with painting and art and
Yeah.
secrets, and we're going there.
I know Paint Me a Murderer isn't also a great title either, which
Yeah,
was the last painting episode
yeah,
or painter episode. I think they just have a habit of
yeah.
falling. However, I could kind of see Simon Says Color Me Dead by JB Fletcher on a cover.
Maybe at least
I
a
don't think
short
it's
story.
successful. I don't think it would be successful, but I could see her going there.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, that brings us to
yeah. Did you have my other
our third.
backup was
Oh, yeah, yeah, sorry.
Dead Man's Gold. Snore.
Oh,
There's not even any
oh,
gold in it.
oh, valid.
There's not
That's
pirates.
true.
It implies sort of a pirate storyline. There's no pirates. It's
Well, they're
just
plundering. They're
three white guys
treasure
and two
hunters.
white bitches on a boat, right? I
They're
guess.
they're they're treasure
Yeah.
hunters. Yeah, it doesn't quite work.
It doesn't quite work.
It's a little bit
Yeah.
more evocative than it needs to be too.
Hmm.
I can see your point. I can see your
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. Now we can move on. All right, we're getting into some of the goods here. That's just our icebreaker, really, the titles, because they don't doesn't really detail what we think of the episodes. But now let's get into it.
Hmm.
Favorite Cabot Cove episode. All right, so we just talked at length about it. Simon Says Color Me Dead is my
Is your
favorite Cabot
favorite?
Cove episode. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I
Why?
think it's really special. I think what's cool about it is there's a lot packed into 48 minutes of TV. I think we get we actually talked about it being like a little too much. As I was thinking about it again, when I compared it to the other Cabot Cove episodes, there almost wasn't enough in the others for me to
Mm.
want to latch onto. And so I like that they really pack that full of secrets, the girl, Irene,
Hmm.
her secret life on the run with
Hmm.
her son, quote unquote, the man following them who turns out to be his father, the best friend who happens to be modeling for Simon, the the murder scene and the flashback sequence, holding that knife as she enters the
Ah,
studio and
so good.
stabs the painting.
She
Something
drops her
very,
coat. So
very
good.
satisfying about it. Yes, I think it's really good. I think the clues are excellent too, and one of the better killer confession scenes of the season. So I can't get enough of Simon Says Color Me Dead. I found myself weepy, a little misty-eyed when I watched it.
Mm.
And I liked Amos Tupper in it too. I'll be damned.
Damn.
I
That's how
know.
you know.
High praise
Oof.
indeed.
So there's a lot frustrating about the episode that I chose. However, it gets me. I feel there's a lot there. Every once in a while, style overcomes substance. And I
Hmm.
think Crossed Up is an example of that.
Yeah.
And I find it to be a very satisfying episode,
Yeah.
despite all of the unsatisfying elements to it. So they get me. They get me. Now Simon Says was a runner up, certainly.
Yeah.
But I went with Crossed Up because I find it to be lacking in certain elements,
Hmm.
but it really does also paint the ensemble that is Cabot Cove nicely, which is interesting because Jessica's in bed the whole time, but we still get to explore Cabot Cove via other characters,
Hmm.
and it still has surprises. It's we'll get to some of the specifics because some of our future categories will address some of the reasons why I like it as much
Absolutely.
as I do.
Yeah.
Um, and it is at the very minimal one of the most memorable scenarios. So considering there are episodes to come where Jessica's barely there and she only appears via phone call and things
Yeah.
like that, she doesn't have to be in Cabot Cove. And that's still a Cabot Cove episode. But
Yeah.
here she actually is. So yeah, I went for Crossed Up.
I think
I
it's a good
also quote
choice.
it frequently in my life at Dodie, and I went with
Does it
that
make
one.
you crave like tuna casserole, tuna surprise?
No,
No?
absolutely
How
not.
about
No.
pepperoni pizza?
Yeah, well,
Grady,
you
I
can get
could
me on
kiss you.
you can get me on pepperoni pizza.
Uh,
Those have all
Crossed
of my
up
favorite things.
Crossed up was my runner-up. So we the other two Cabot Cove
Of the
episodes,
four, like
yeah, those are
really,
the two.
and and I think the other ones might show up in other scenarios, but
Oh,
not
I know they will.
necessarily in the most glowing of
Uh-huh.
terms.
I knew. I
As it
know
is,
it.
actually, you said Dead Man's Gold as your possibility as well. That was your runner up for worst title,
It
and that's a
was.
Cabot Cove episode.
It sure is.
Well, when we're out of town, things get to be exciting, and this was these two episodes that I kept going back and forth on.
Hmm.
I kept going back on forth in a lot of different categories, which
Yeah.
I think shows the great strength of them.
Yeah.
But I've decided to go to the theater and the community theater
Ah,
for Stage Struck.
Stage struck.
Um, I enjoy a playhouse. They were one of the things that I loved visiting when my father took community theater when I was a child. I was the
Hmm.
kid in the wings or in the audience during rehearsals. I loved following along in the Samuel French
Yeah.
playbook. Yeah, so I really enjoy the play the whole shtick of
Yeah.
Stage Struck, mostly being confined to that playhouse. There we
Hmm.
do go to the diner briefly. There might be another situation where we leave. Um,
Drugstore for a second.
that's it. Yeah,
That, yeah,
that's
yeah.
where for a malt. But for the most part, I think it's and it also it shows a side of Jessica that we hadn't explored before, which is her when she met Frank.
That's
And
true.
I appreciated that hearkening. So I
Hmm.
liked that. Yeah. So
Hmm.
I went with the theater.
That's a great choice. And you know what? It really is that backstage environment is what it feels like backstage. That feels so plausible and real. If you've ever been in some a community theater or a professional theater, that's what it's like. Those are what the
Oh yeah.
hallways look like. Those are what the
Hmm.
dressing rooms look like. That's what the house looks like. That's what it feels like when the curtain closes and you're behind the stage. It
Hmm.
felt so viscerally
Legit.
perfect. Yeah, it was great. That was a
Hmm.
excellent
I loved
option.
that the our detective was getting dressed in essentially a utility closet. That's what you do.
That is
That's where you go. That's
we
where you
used
go.
we used to get dressed in a basement next to beer kegs, and there was a hole in the floor where people
For the
would pee
sump
in
pump.
sometimes.
Yeah, that was the sump pump.
Yeah,
Yeah, good
sorry
lord.
about it, I guess. I went a totally different direction, and I can't believe I actually had like five choices for this, and I was going back and forth, and the one that is calling to me the most, the one that is my favorite, is probably I can't believe I'm saying this, the haunted accounting firm. And I know that seems wild, but there's something about the way it's rendered in that episode. This is no accounting for murder, and this is
Yes.
the accounting firm where the ghosts haunt poor Mrs.
Hmm.
Weems and the rest of the staff there, our
Well, Grady
lovely,
works.
freshly fucked secretary. Uh, but what I like about it is that one, it's totally a constructed set with this idea that there are walls behind the walls, there are passages behind the wall, secret passageways, and even just the way rooms are constructed are so eerie and uncanny valley with the high
Mm.
chair rails. It feels like a haunted house, but it's like a Manhattan office building, but it feels spooky and eerie, and it doesn't feel
And
comfortable
tight.
to be in there. Very tight, very claustrophobic. And then when we get things like the red letters strewn across the wall, I mean, I can't look away. So, and I
Mm.
love a haunted house vibe, so I can't get enough. I can't believe I'm saying it.
Nice.
Yeah, my other options, I like First Class, which I've already said. The only reason
Oh
I didn't
yeah.
choose it is because it's really just one room, and so I feel like there's not a lot of space to breathe in that one room, but it's still cool
In the plane.
in the plane. Yeah,
Mm.
and I also like the Embassy One White Rose for Death because it's so
Hmm.
grand, and again, they're all sort of trapped there, and everybody is in their most elegant opera attire, and it feels very classy and glamorous and intriguing. But unfortunately, that those brown walls really got me.
Yeah, I had the plane in first class as well as an option for reasons that we'll get to again. But I think that this is really the season where they really explored like we went to the circus and it was a circus. We
Hmm.
went to the lodge and it felt like the
Yeah.
lodge. We went
Hawaii.
to the
We went to
yeah,
Hawaii and we saw Diamond Head in the background. That was another one of my options.
yeah. And I understand. Yeah, I see your point with. I know it doesn't seem like the best setting doesn't have to mean the most glamorous or the most
No.
beautiful. It has to be the most effective, frankly,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think.
And it
So,
served the
um,
story. It made an accounting firm scary. And so it
yeah,
did a lot of heavy lifting, that set. And
and
I
those
didn't really
already are a
realize
little
it.
disarming.
Yeah, honestly. All those receipts. Oh, God.
I
Scary.
mean, New York high rises are I mean they're just sort of winding,
Yeah.
and a lot of them look the same. That one's an old style one, so it's not quite like the newer one, like the other accounting episode of this season, which is with her niece.
Oh, with that's
Deb,
corned beef.
corned beef, yeah, corned beef. That one doesn't read as claustrophobic. It's a little
No.
homier. It's a little nicer.
It's a
There's no
sweet
menace in
space.
the
Yeah.
air.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
menace in the air.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, then that takes us to favorite
Favorite
genre nod.
genre nod. There weren't a lot in this season. There weren't a lot.
Not specifically.
Not
I mean,
specifically. There were
there
a
it
few
depends
very
honestly.
clear ones, and
It depends, frankly,
then
what you consider a genre as
that's fair.
well,
That's fair.
or a trope. But
Right.
what hit the mark for you?
Well, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but it's no accounting for murder again for me.
Okay.
I just I cannot stop thinking about that scene where Grady finds the dead body of his boss. He looks at the wall, sees the red letters strewn across the wall, and then we get a close-up of one side of his eye. And it's so unsettling, so provocative, and it reminds me so much of that scene in Halloween 2 where the nurse
Hmm.
finds the dead doctor's body, and before she can turn around, she gets a needle through the side of her eye, right? I mean, sorry, spoiler, but it feels like that. And even the whole episode really is giving 80s horror. We have an Evil Dead quality to the way the camera pans through the hallways, or even through the restaurant that Grady and Jessica are sitting in. We get the blonde running away from an unknown force, right? Screaming and hollering, very slasher.
Yes.
And I just can't get I lap those things up. And and so it felt very appropriate that these were right next to each other because they work so well together. what they're trying to do and the set that they've created for that space is so surprising. And I remember when I sat down to watch that episode, I was not particularly looking forward to it. I was like, oh, accounting. Oh God, no accounting. It's about Grady and his accounting job. Great. And then I found myself delighted and just in absolute joy. So I think that genre nod is so cool. We have Bruce Cunningham, we have John Carpenter, Camp Crystal Lake at its best. You know what I mean? It's so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Well, I think, yeah, there, so that when I was looking at genre, it is interesting. So you went,
Went kind of broad.
well, not just broad, but I mean, you are very broad, but also, the mood and the feel and the styling. And
Hmm.
certainly I went with actually more of a plotline device genre, which
Tell me.
is old Hollywood rivalry, where people who knew each other in the past have to reconnect and do it in a way that, you know, creates tension in rooms,
Yeah.
banter, arguments, and such. And therefore I went with No Laughing Matter.
No laughing murder.
Murder, excuse me.
Aha.
Um, there's actually so the reason so there is a movie called No Laughing Matter or something very close to that title that Buddy
Uh-huh.
Hackett is also in. It's a Abbott and Costello biopic.
Jeez.
I think maybe it's No Laughing Matter or yeah.
Right.
Anyway, but yeah, so I really appreciated the choices that the characters made because it's also not just two Hollywood actors. Because also on my list was you know, the play within a show and the actors in Stage Struck
Sure.
is this old rekindling sort of vibe. And while the crew is included in that, here it's also the people behind the scenes in No Laughing Murder. It's
Yeah.
the accountant, it's the agent, it's the love interests,
Hmm.
it's all of these different, it's their children. And it's set in this lodge where Buddy Hackett's character has sort of holed up after being the not as successful part of this split up duo, as his sort of last chance to make any money, as he's scratching for a buck, as he says,
Hmm.
while Steve Lawrence is doing just fine as a Johnny Carson, as a Merv Griffin. And so I really appreciated the that sort of concept of the reunion of these figures. I like when they do that. I like when they do that.
Yeah.
And it gives a lot of good opportunity for plot devices to be very organically created because the tension's already there. They're already
Hmm.
mad at each other.
Right.
They're already
When
mad.
we hear about it all the
So
time, those types of relationships in entertainment, right? And so it's really grounded. Even
yeah,
though we're dealing with
yeah.
celebrities, it feels plausibly grounded, very real,
Hmm.
and the gripes that they have with each other feel real too. The way
Well,
they're
I mean,
frustrated.
love and money are the two major issues.
Yeah.
So and those are huge. Those
Yeah.
are I mean, those are usually the motivations on this show to kill someone.
I I actually I'm wondering now because I was sort of pondering this episode, and there's a reference during the confession scene where Max says, a funny thing happened on the way to the video store, which I think now must have been a reference to a funny thing happened on the way to the forum. And now I'm wondering, were either of them in that film or play?
A funny thing happened on the way to the such and such is an old comedy trope.
Is that just sort of,
It
so
is.
that's the trope.
There's a
It's not
reason that
necessarily a
it's
reference to
called.
that show.
No,
Got
that
it.
actually is a reference to
Okay.
that expression. A funny thing
That
happened
makes
on the
more
way to the
sense.
store. A funny thing happened,
Yeah.
and that's it's like a Shaggy Dog story. It's
Hmm.
a way of getting to yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's similar to saying like it seems there was this doctor. What is this existentialist humor? It's another yeah. That's
Ma,
an
who's
old
telling
comedy.
these jokes? At the moment, nobody.
Yeah. Um,
I also had I had One White Rose for Death. I like the
mm,
espionage element. It's very clear that that's not necessarily a murder mystery, but it's a spy mystery. And I also really like the Headless Horseman episode again because it really leans into all the Washington Irving of it all and Halloween spook. Not like a slasher, but proper flaming pumpkins, right?
yeah. I don't know what the I mean. It's kind of folk horror, but it's
Yeah.
folklore horror.
Folklore horror. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's mythical even. We don't know if this really happened. This is an old tale that we tell ourselves, right?
Yeah,
I'm not sure if it's a morality tale or Ichabod Crane was too jealous because he wanted Katrina and he wanted all the food at the party, right? I
yeah,
don't know. But I like that. And they really
yeah.
lean into it. So those were some others that came to mind.
Another one that came to mind, although it's not as the trope or the concept of oh, I thought this person was dead, and he actually turns out to not be. I think is
Mm,
effective in
sure.
Obituary for a Dead Anchor.
Yeah.
Uh, it's also in the Big Top episodes
Hmm.
where all along those are a little bit less grand because
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
have to be treated for much more matter of factly.
Right.
But again, the show really tried to like I can sort of imagine them. Do you ever see Cabin in the Woods where they write down all
Oh
of the
yeah.
possible monsters and they're
Hmm.
like, that's
Hmm. What a great movie. What a way to subvert it too. Oh, and we forgot about Crossed Up, of course.
oh, we of course,
The
yeah,
noir. The
the
noir of it
noir that
all. And that final sequence where I know you did last summer shows up in her bedroom with a
I
gun.
know, yeah, with
It's
the
so
fisherman's
good.
uniform, yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh, okay,
Well,
let's move on.
episode that surprised us on the rewatch.
This is a new category that I came up with because I found myself expecting certain things when I watched certain episodes and then being utterly surprised when we watched and discussed them. So that's sort of
Yeah,
where this category came from. And I believe you're first up.
I am, and I went with One White Rose for this one
Uh,
because I find it boring usually,
yeah,
and I enjoyed watching it more than I ever had before while deconstructing it with you.
yeah,
So it just doesn't. It just I don't know. It's more of a vibe episode to me, and
yeah.
I like the vibe. I like the idea of it, but I don't find any of the character. I didn't find any of the characters previously particularly compelling. A lot of them sort of are just appear and just sort of hang
Hmm.
out. I did like it more, a lot more. It's still not like a go-to for me episode, but I appreciated that what I thought was going to be a slog ended up not being, and that
Yeah,
always I think is a plus.
really fun. Yeah.
So I chose that because I did enjoy it more. So
Mm. We
not
had
that
a
that's
great
the
discussion
criteria,
about
but
some of those characters too, particularly oh, what's her name? She plays
the
the
wife,
German
yeah.
the wife, the German
Oh,
instrumentalist,
I am
and
not
how
political. I am a
oh,
musician. Yeah.
fascinating character.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then of course Michael Haggerty and Jessica are always great together. So
Oh yeah.
no notes. I went for the cemetery vote because it's not really a flashy episode. It's kind of depressing. There's not a lot of lightness or humor in it. However, when we watched it, I could not stop thinking about what a fractal it was of society at large.
Mm.
And our conversation about it when I was editing, I thought like these are really interesting ideas that they're throwing out here because nobody really stands out that much. But all of those characters feel really grounded. We have the corrupt sheriff and his right hand man who's even more corrupt than he is. We have the secretary who's listening in at doors and the other secretary who's tattling on that one. It really sort of weaves a complex system of human relationships politically, and they're applicable to sort of any environment. And so even though it's not the most fun episode, I found it really rooted in reality in a way that can teach us a lesson. And also, it gives us that sort of catharsis and conclusion that real life doesn't. So there was something really satisfying about that when all those bad guys get carted off to jail at the end, including some of our faves, like the Kate
Kate.
Gunnarsson character, Marie Windsor,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, just it feels just in a way. It also is like nuts in a lot of ways, like the havoc that has been left in this community by this simple, well, not
And she
simple.
just gets to walk away.
And she just gets to walk away and laugh at that gravestone at the end, right? It's it's such it's such a hoot. So that one really surprised me. I'm still thinking about it. Very similarly in the way that Powder Keg had me thinking.
Mm.
Did
Hmm.
not want to watch it. did not want to feel that discomfort. And to this day, I still think of that murder confession scene in those circumstances as being some of those powerful in the series.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
really surprised
Yeah.
me.
Well, good.
Did you have any backups or other options?
Um, well, I mean, the only other one that came to mind was because I didn't know it was edited for future
Oh,
episodes, and that
right.
was Death Takes a Dive. I was so baffled
Yeah.
by that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, that surprised me. Um, again, not a favorite episode, but an episode that I thought I knew pretty well. And
Yeah.
so to find out, so audience, if you don't know, that episode was longer because it was a backdoor movie type pilot for Jerry Orbach's character, Harry McGraw. And a lot of it in the full version has just him. Jessica's actually more of a supporting role. And when they re-edited it for a 45-ish to 48-minute version of the show, they made it much more equal between Jerry Orbach and Angela Lansbury at the expense of a very substantial ensemble cast,
Yeah.
which to me made a lot of things not make sense anymore,
Yeah.
as well as a lot of things not as satisfying.
And some of the
So
best parts are clipped out. Some of the best
yeah,
people are clipped out of it. The
entire
disappointment.
resolutions are cut,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's I'm still confused. I'm still confused because I have never watched that full length episode and thought, wow, this is really long. And
Yeah.
it is at least 20 minutes longer than
Yeah.
any other episode. So what was I thinking? Unless there's an entirely third cut of it
It's possible.
that they had on what was it used to be on Peacock.
Hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
And we watched it on Tubi because that's how the two of us, can watch it because
Right.
we watched them on Zoom. And unfortunately, a lot of these streaming platforms,
Yeah.
they do the black screen of death when you try to share your
Yeah.
screen. Tubi doesn't, or at least I haven't an extension that allows me to. And I don't know if the Prime version is the full length now. And I don't even know why
Right.
that didn't occur to me to go looking.
Right.
But
That's the one I watched was the Prime version.
okay, well then that's the
Yeah.
full length, right?
That I think is the full length. Yeah. Yeah. And
Still confusing.
we even tried, but I have it in iTunes and Prime and we couldn't.
Yeah,
Screen of death. That's right. Yep. Womp womp.
yeah. So weird.
I was also surprised by Murder in a Minor Key in a pleasant way because
Mm,
we were like, okay, let's get through this. Let's get through this.
yeah.
But the supporting cast in that episode is superb. We have so many Golden Girls crossovers, and each one of them delivers in a wonderful way. We have George Grizzard, we have, of course, Herb Edelman, Renee Auberjonois is in it
Dynamite.
doing good work,
Yeah.
Dinah Manoff, and Dinah Manoff is so lovely in it too. So I
Mm.
think unfortunately our sort of lead there doesn't deliver like some of the supporting characters, but I thought it was really cool. I like the murder, I like the setting. It's just a shame that Jessica wasn't there. But
Mhm.
again, I thought, oh, this is quite fun. This is quite fun. And it's not my least favorite episode of the season, which I was certain it would be.
It's
I
not mine
also,
either.
no,
Yeah.
that'll be fun to get to. I think we probably picked the same one.
Not necessarily,
We'll
but
find out.
maybe. But maybe.
Maybe.
What are we
Moving
up to? We're up
on. The
to
best Jessica manipulation scene. This is a
so
new
this is
category too.
a new category
Yeah.
that somewhere along the lines in the episode, Jessica has to speak to either a witness or a suspect or a somebody and
Hmm.
get necessary information. And
Right.
we talk a lot about how she knows how to speak to people. She can
Hmm.
needle, she can flatter, she can do all of these things. And it often leads to a confession, but at the
Hmm.
very least, it gets her information
Yeah.
that she can then use.
She is a
Um,
sleuth. She really can navigate these situations and get exactly what she needs. And that's sort
yeah.
of the inspiration for this category. This is really hard for me. And I think I have to go with one because of just the grandness and the theater of it all. And that is the
Hmm.
confession scene in Death Stalks the Circus, or is that what it's called?
The big top, the big
The
top.
Big Top. That scene is so bonkers. And what
It
she
is.
gets out of our killer, no, Mrs.
No, Mrs.
Fletcher, it did
Fletcher.
not.
Oh
And
my
then for
God.
them and her to sort of stand aside while everyone else comes out of the wings and pulls him near the lion cage, and they're just going to
Very
have him
freaks.
mauled to death. It's so
Hmm.
cool. That's another
Very
genre
gooble
nod we didn't
gobble.
think about. Okay. But I think the way she talks to him in that moment, she shows up and she said, "Oh, you're surprised, I see. That's because you thought I was already dead." And
Hmm.
she unsettles him, and then she knows how to cut. She keeps cutting in, and he spills everything in a hypothetical way. But what an idiot, right?
Yeah.
He's been so close-lipped this whole time, and he even knew when he said too much in the first place because he then had to try to correct it later. But in that moment, she knows exactly how to make him feel safe enough to tell her everything. It's so much fun. It's so much
It
fun.
is.
And that episode is so bonkers, and there's not a lot that I love about it. That is one thing I love about it. That confession scene and how she maneuvers it is brilliant.
That is fun. Yeah. That whole set sequence is it just keeps on going
It
too.
just
It is a
it keeps
lengthy,
giving and keeps giving and keeps giving.
and none of it is admissible in court. None of
Yeah,
it.
not a bit.
Uh, um, so for best manipulation scene, I had to go. I went a couple different directions, and then I realized, no, that's really more of a confession scene, or no,
Yeah.
that's really more of a something else. Uh, so I went with her talking to Jessica Walter in Magnum on Ice,
Excellent.
as Magnum hangs out the window, because
Yes.
she engages with, and there's a whole segment actually technically with that because the lead up to that is her convincing the chambermaid or the staff
Hmm.
maid that she actually is Jessica Walter's character and
Our
gets into
Golden
her
Girls
room,
hooker.
talks her back and forth, and then she's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you'll have to get rid of their silencer, won't you? You have to get rid of
Uh-huh.
this. You have to do." She tells her so blasé that she knows that she's the murderer, and
Hmm.
Jessica Walter has like this, "Oh, what a fanciful imagination you have," until finally she's like, "Well, then here we go. Let's just do it," and she pulls out
Yeah.
the gun.
Yeah.
The fact that Jessica's able to speak with her and keep her monologuing while Magnum is outside the window
Right
with
behind
a
her.
mirror in front of her,
Uh-huh.
I just think it ratchets up nicely. I like it a lot. I don't know. There's something very charming about their back and forth that is a lot of fun. So,
Hmm. Hmm.
for an offbeat choice, I went with that one. It
That's
just
great.
narrowly beat out her needling our killer in Headless Horseman because that one is a little bit more
Mm.
confession-y,
Yeah.
and her working that gets him there because he
Hmm.
doesn't want to talk about it. But yeah, I wanted to give
Yeah.
at least some otherwise unrecognized props to her back and forth with Jessica Walter.
It's a great scene. They're such
It is.
powerhouses together too. But she still knows
Yeah.
how to control her. It's so crazy. Jessica Walter has the gun pointed at Jessica, and Jessica is still the one in power.
Mhm.
It's so great. Obviously, we both went for like confession scenes. I also had Cindy in the cemetery vote when she sort of coaxes her to do her bidding and look up things in her library. George Firth, that scene with the light bulb, of course, brilliant. That's in No Laughing Murder. I mean, there's so many. Even Mrs. Weems when she, where do you hear the ghosts? Right?
Right. Is there a
Yeah.
place in the building where
Yeah.
the spirits feel stronger?
Right.
She
Right.
doesn't talk down to her. That is a really
No.
effective, useful scene. Yeah.
She's so smart and she's so good at meeting people where they are. Even outside of the murders in Simon Says Color Me Dead, the way she finds a way to get a bike to that kid is a manipulation,
Oh
right?
yeah.
Yeah, she's so good.
Yeah. She's a
All right.
busybody. To be an effective busybody, you got to be capable of that.
You gotta be a twaka.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Best Jessica near death moment. This lucky bitch by the skin of her teeth. This is a new
yes,
category as well. And it happens
it
so often, it
is.
seems crazy that we didn't think about it before.
Well, I think because it roughly replaces our action scene because a lot
Hmm.
of these near death scenes are quieter,
Hmm.
are softer,
Yeah.
are more sudden than they are grand.
Yeah.
Like there's no real kaboom for her
Hmm.
a lot of times. And those I think are far more menacing. I mean, there's a
For
reason that when she
sure.
falls down the stairs in season one, that's so gripping because that's legit.
That really
That's
could have killed
real.
her. Yeah.
Right.
She couldn't talk
Um,
herself out of that one. She was physically
no,
pushed down the stairs.
which kills the youngest, most able-bodied people.
Of course, yeah. Hit that
So
stair on the neck the wrong way, and that's it. Lights out.
you pushed me down the stairs. So this is where manipulation fails. This is when Jessica is almost killed in no accounting for murder.
Mm.
Because he listens to her. He actually gets her monologuing, which is a really interesting turn of events. Our killer
And
actually
yeah,
manages
yeah.
to get her to spill all of the things she knows,
Hmm.
which does not happen.
No.
Um,
And she's doing it to
and
save herself time, right? She plays along to
to
save
but
herself
yes,
time,
because she thinks
but
there's
she
at
is
least a
trying
chance
to get out of
that
that
she'll
room.
escape or
Right.
that Grady will show up or that
Hmm.
something. And while yes, Grady does show up right after the right moments, it's our ghost in the wall that ends up helping her. But
Hmm.
there's a very real danger
Hmm.
and a very real desperation in our killer in that
Right.
sequence
Right.
when he yanks the cord off the windows and goes after her.
Hmm.
That feels scary.
Yeah.
And that is a credit to the music, the editing, the actors. But so yeah, I went with that one. I went with Jessica almost killed in No Accounting for Murder.
That was on my short list as well.
Mm.
I did go a different direction, and I think I chose this because much like being pushed down the stairs, this circumstance robbed Jessica of her bodily autonomy
Mm-hmm.
and rendered her unconscious, which renders her unable to utilize her best skill, which is talking to
Yeah.
people, right? Do you know which one I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
When
This
Jessica
is
gets knocked the fuck out in Big Top.
Death Stalks the Bid Top, where she's laying on the floor of the hotel room with Maylene, right? And they're
As the
both
smoke
about to be
builds.
killed. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's
Yeah.
so scary. And it really does feel like absolute luck that someone happens to, that her old pal happens to show up and break that window open and save them. A few moments later, she would have been dead.
Mhm.
It might be the most at risk her life is in the series. Obviously, people come for her, but in that case, if that killer had stuck around to see the job through, she would have been dead, right?
It's very close. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's very
yeah.
close. Yeah. And
Scary.
while we know inherently that she can't die, it's believable. The stakes are real. So
Hmm.
yeah, that was on my second choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had Magnum on ice with, you remember Amy, oh gosh, what's her name? She played the mom in Hocus Pocus.
Uh-huh.
Amy, her husband Victor, who shows up with a crowbar
Oh yeah, yeah.
and
That's
says
another
it's
one
often
where
the bystanders who get hurt first. And
yeah,
if Higgins hadn't shown up, what would we have done?
I know. And that's a potential bludgeoning. Like
That's violent.
that's
Not just a
violent.
strangle,
Yeah.
but like Jessica's blood would have been on that carpet.
Being beaten. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk fashion.
Let's switch gears. Actually, very appropriate. Our first category here is the best Jessica outfit. And
Mhm.
I'm very happy that I get this pick first because there was no other option for me. It's the red dress and one white rose for death. It's this
Nice.
bright cherry red, gorgeous, gorgeous. It may be silk. It's just stunning. And what I like about it is not just that it's beautiful on her, but it also looks so good with Len Cariou as Michael Haggerty with his blood-stained white shirt. It so harkens back to Sweeney Todd for me. So it's pushing a lot of buttons. It's beautiful. She looks beautiful in it. It looks
Mhm.
good on camera with her co-star, and it feels nostalgic in a way. Stunning.
Very nice. Yeah, there's a lot of really successful wardrobe choices for her this
Mhm.
season. This is, again, she's going places, she's doing stuff. She's having dinner parties.
So cosmopolitan.
Indeed. Well, because she always dresses nicer when she goes out of town too.
Hmm.
But even her at home stuff makes sense. Like her very sweet bedroom pajama set in Crossed Up is adorable.
Oh
It makes sense
yeah.
for her.
Hmm.
When she's reading her Murder in Minor Key, that
Oh
slanket
geez.
sort of that she has on,
That looks like
it's
a
so
circus tent
cozy. It's so
with the caribou
cozy.
slippers, right?
Not caribou, marabou, honey.
Marabou. Why did I say caribou?
Caribou is a moose.
It sure is.
Um, yeah, but so Red Elegance is on my list as well. That was my
Yeah.
second choice, but my first choice ended up being the red and white bloodstained dress from
Oh
Stage
yeah.
Struck. So it's a pattern, and it's such a strong, weird kind of pattern.
Hmm.
It almost looks like birds. It almost I like it's what she wears the night opening night of the play, that where Barbara Bennington is killed. And I just think the
Hmm.
cut of it is very flattering.
Beautiful.
She Even when I don't like the choices, very frequently the fitting
Hmm.
back before Gen Alpha changed what the word fit meant. The
Huh.
fitting and styling of the wardrobe often is a hit, even if I don't like what it is.
Yeah.
So, for
Yeah.
example, actually, I won't say what I don't like because that might be your choice in the next our next category. But so what I do like a lot is that bold decision,
Hmm.
and for a bloodless murder, I find it to also be a very cool effect that it would have been tacky or weird had there
Yeah.
been like a gunshot or a slash. The fact that it's a poisoning, we still get a
Hmm.
little bit of blood. I don't know. It's nice. I like it.
Well, I think it's interesting that we both chose red dresses or red outfits, right? And it sort of it's that idea, particularly in horror or things where murder is paramount or really critical to the storytelling. Like Don't Look Now. Have you seen that movie with Kiefer Sutherland?
I've not.
Or Donald Sutherland, sorry. And he loses his daughter who was wearing a
Oh
red,
yeah, yeah,
bright
yeah.
red raincoat, and then he keeps
Yes,
seeing it
yes.
around the streets of Venice. Or The Sixth Sense, wherever you see a
With
pop
Mia
of red. Yeah.
Farrow, I want to say is in that.
Julie Christie.
Julie
Julie Christie is
Christie.
his
Yes,
wife.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
That's an early example of like the trauma is the trauma
Yeah.
horror movie. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So I think it's really apt that we've both chosen red outfits as you said a bloodless murder needs some red, and I said I like how the red goes with the blood. I mean, it's necessary, right? This is what we're
Yeah.
doing here after all.
Theater.
Yeah. Did you have any
Yeah.
other options for best outfit?
It was the Red Elegance from
Was
One
it?
White Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I had a
Yeah.
Rhythm Nation, the Rhythm Nation look and No Accounting for
I,
Murder. I just love
it's
it.
good.
And then
It's good.
it's so unexpected, right?
It's so unexpected. It's
She's gonna
good,
do a
but
set on stage at Madison Square
it
Garden, yeah.
works.
And then I also like there was the purple dinner dress that she wore in No Laughing Murder. I think it was just so regal and beautiful,
Mm,
but not special enough to overtake the red opera dress.
nice. Well,
Well,
that
so we talked
leads
about the
us
best.
to
Yeah.
worst. Um, Not a lot of misses for me. Or at least
No.
none that really came to mind. But there's a schlumpy sweater, beige jacket, ugly yellow scarf combo that she has for the bookstore scene and the bike delivery scene in Simon
Oh,
Says. And it's just ill-fitting. It's weird looking. It's flumpy.
yeah.
It's just not working. So I went with that.
I mean, that's a fair choice. Actually, one of my options for worst dress is also from that episode, and not the same look. It was
Oh, is it dinner scene?
it's not my pick, but no, it's the sort of maroon tracksuit with a sensible heel. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Katya. What are you talking about?
Basically.
Yeah.
No, my pick for worst dressed was Magnum on Ice, and it's that sort of
The white
navy colored with the white pilgrim collar that's not high nor low. I hate that dress. It's so ugly. Not only is it an ugly dress, but it wasn't appropriate to the party she wore it to. Okay? This was a daytime outdoor cocktail party, and she looks like she's going to the theater or something. It is just not right.
It's not resort for
And
one
she wears
thing.
it a lot for a lot of that episode too. It's like, take it off,
Well, because
girl.
she wore it for most of the of that final sequence in the first one,
Yes.
on the actual Magnum episode.
Right?
Yeah, yeah. I figured that would make your list. I figured it would.
I bitched about it then. I'm bitching about it now.
But not a lot of misses for me for her.
No.
I think I didn't love her. Like I think I didn't like her pajama set in the cemetery vote. Like like who fucking cares? Like it's just
Yeah.
sort of like
Yeah.
sort
Inconsequential.
of unremarkable.
Hmm.
And one of the reasons that we have worse is because there's usually one or two
Yeah.
glaring ones.
Right.
Could we forget the blood clots of season one? Um, where she wears twice, which she wears twice.
Oh, geez. The
Um,
sack dress, the blue sack dress in
Slack
season
dress.
two with the big frumpy furly collar.
So
She's like
much, so
Amadeus or
much.
something. What are you doing, girl?
Yeah, yeah. But there were other people in the show that brought their style. So we have
Yes.
a remixed category, which is best dressed guest.
Oh
This
my
is our style
gosh.
icon who is not Jessica. So who did it for you?
Victor, this is so hard for me. I I still don't know which one I'm going to pick, and I'm revealing my pick in seconds here. I think as one outfit that stands out, one outfit that I still think about, and it's just one outfit this character wears. It's Alex in Dead Man's Gold. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
It's the scene
What
where she's
outfit?
drunk at Jessica's house and she's like, "We're
Yeah.
all gonna get killed. And she's drinking
It's like a
that
pantsuit, right?
it's like a pantsuit with a neon pump, and she has that
Oh,
80s
yeah.
frizzy hair. There's something about that. Well, see, that is very Katya on the runway in the
That is
best way.
the
So
best way.
that I like, I think, and oh, I don't even know if I agree with it yet. Like, I want to change my mind because there's two others that are just calling out to me.
Well,
But
who else made your short list?
well, how about you? You tell me your first, and then I'll reveal
All
because
right.
maybe they show up in your list.
All right. Well, I had two. So they both happened to be in the same episode, actually, from Corned
I know
Beef and
exactly who you're talking.
Carnage.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, it may not be. Because while yes, I do enjoy Christine Clifford in that a lot, or Mary Jones, which is her professional
Right,
name.
right, right.
I think Victoria is styled fabulously in that episode.
Oh, good choice.
She looked terrific.
Hmm.
She is very put together, and she was fine in Birds of a Feather. Like it
Sure.
just wasn't quite there. But here she's got money, she's got power, she has to dress for success
Yeah.
in Manhattan of all
Hmm.
places. And she has three to four really great outfits.
Hmm.
So I went with Victoria in Corby Carnage.
That is a left field choice, and it's so thoughtful. She
Mm.
does look great. She looks so lovely, so soft, so professional. And we
So
sort of
I
compare
liked that.
her to Christine in it because they're sort of aiming for the same thing, right? But
They're
via
coming for
different
different
skill
directions.
sets, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And they both look fabulous in it.
And
Fabulous.
it would not work on the other person.
Yeah, that's true. That is
You
true.
need Christine Clifford's knees out. You
Hmm.
gotta show the legs.
Hmm.
So who else made your short
Well,
list?
I can't help but think of Claire, Pat Klaus in The Bottom Line is Murder, who looks good
Hmm.
in every scene she's in. Even that blue dress cut down to the waist. It's so silly, but she looks good. The warm, sagey turtleneck, the long red dress. Oh my gosh, she's so stylish, so
Well
beautiful.
styled. Well
And
styled.
uh and then of course I have to give a nod to our secretary in No Accounting for Murder, who is serving her best Michelle Pfeiffer hooker chic the whole time. And like I said, she is really like one of the types of women who inspired my drag in the first place. And so there's something about that kind of styling that really speaks to me.
Well, it's very similar. It's actually very close to Christine Clifford too.
Yeah,
It's not as elevated.
right.
It's still a little hodgepodge, still putting things together. She hasn't given
Hmm.
up using that belt yet because that's still her
Hmm.
favorite belt when she moved
Yep.
from small town wherever.
Uh-huh.
A little backstory moment, but when she gets there and she gets that Christine Clifford trajectory, then she'll edit and restyle. That's right. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
Yeah, very don't tell mom the babysitter's dead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I'm right on top of that, Rose.
right on top of that. Well, moving right along then, we have one of our favorite categories because
Oh
it's one
yeah.
of the things that we first started talking about with
Hmm.
possibly doing a Murder She Wrote podcast
Yeah.
is favorite Golden Girls guest crossover. So, as many folks know, there is a casting sheet that shares many a name between the two series. Interestingly enough, bosom buddies themselves never appeared on each other's shows. B. Arthur was never on Murder She Wrote, and Angela Lansbury was never in
Yeah.
Golden Girls, but they had a lot
I
of
feel
friends
like
in
that would
common.
have been too much, right? That would have been like the world would have shut down.
Oh, I can tell you what
The sets would
episode
have
B.
exploded.
Arthur should have been in. I
Tell
can
me.
absolutely tell you. It's the episode that with the three sisters who are trying to make a comeback.
Yes, with Anne
Um,
Francis.
with Anne Francis. Anne Francis is a B. Arthur, Elaine Stritch type,
Absolutely.
and that would be
Absolutely.
perfect for her. And it would have given her, she would have taken it in a different direction than Anne
Yeah.
Francis, particularly towards the end, and I would have
Hmm.
loved it. I would have loved it. Don't get me wrong, I love what Anne Francis does,
Yeah.
but
I was actually curious that none of the girls showed up on Murder, She Wrote. Not even
hmm,
Estelle Getty, who feels like a shoe-in for some sort of cool character role on it.
well, Rue shows up in,
Oh, of course. In before
yeah,
she's on Golden Girls, she shows up
yeah.
in Murder, She Wrote. That's right.
But I mean, if you think about it, there are for 7 seasons, and I know that Murder She Wrote is on for 12. There's a lot of folks that are major contemporaries that just never
Hmm.
get there for
Yeah.
whatever reason.
Well, they were busy.
So,
They had their own thing
yeah,
going, right?
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Stretch is another example of who I would have loved to have seen on
Oh, would have been
either
brilliant.
of them, but she was never going to be on Golden Girls because she
No.
pissed off.
But she
Oh,
seems
what's
like a
the,
shoe-in for some of these bitch characters on Murder,
yeah.
She Wrote,
She was
right?
living in England at the time,
Yeah.
so different
Yeah.
world. Yeah.
She pissed off the
Um,
writers, right? The writers and directors when she made a crude joke in her audition.
the right Susan, what's her name? Susan
Susan
Thomas
Harris.
Harris. Susan
Yeah.
Harris. Yeah. Yep.
Can I say ying? You
Um,
forgot the fucking hors d'oeuvres.
fucking hors d'oeuvres. That was back when the gay cook was going to be named Yang. So
Okay, let's break it down. Let's break it down. You're
that's
first.
yeah, my favorite Golden Girl.
Hard,
This
right?
was tough. This was
Yeah.
tough. I went with Leslie Nielsen.
Oh, that's great. That was my first choice too.
Oh, was it?
Yes, it is. We finally
Um,
got
our first
our
tie.
first duplicate. Yeah.
And I wonder if our second is very close too, because my second was Cherie North.
It is mine. Yes. So we're gonna give them
uh,
both the love they
yeah.
deserve.
Okay, good. So Leslie Nielsen into Ben's Gold playing. Uh, this is the funny thing about Leslie Nielsen. So if you know him from Airplane, you know him as a goofball. If you know him from Naked Gun, you know him as a goofball. If you
Hmm.
know him from Creep Show, you know him as a creepy guy. If you know him from his earlier work in black and white films, very straight laced. And if you know him from Murder, She Wrote,
Yeah.
his episode of My Johnny Lies Over the Ocean, a
Hmm.
very different
Very quiet
role.
performance there.
He is one of the only characters to not only put Jessica at a disadvantage or at some sort of unease where
Hmm.
she's still smiling.
Yeah.
Even Michael Haggerty, even Dennis Stanton, when we get to him, which I believe is soon, where she's sort of like incredulous and rolls her eyes and smiles, she is charmed and bewitched by our Leslie Nielsen
She turns into a little
character.
schoolgirl, right?
Yes, which
Literally sweeps her off
does
her feet.
not happen.
Yeah.
Really a strong contender
Hmm.
for who she could have ended up with and what a different life she would have led had she ended up with him. So I have to give a lot of credit to Leslie Nielsen and Angela Lansbury, but Leslie Nielsen playing this role that provides that kind of winsome vulnerability that we don't get out of
Hmm.
Jessica.
That
And therefore,
relationship, yeah,
yeah,
that relationship they create is the reason to watch the episode because frankly, the mystery is kind of a slog. They are
yeah.
what's interesting. He is what's interesting about that episode. He and her, their dynamic carries it.
And I believe it too,
Yeah, me too.
because while he's a total cad or a total douche, like you could either say, oh, this is his way and he's a scoundrel, or you can be like, he's a fucking asshole who's
Right,
manipulating her and doing this horrible thing, and he's engaged in bad things, and he got people killed. Now, like, oh, but what a scamp! Like, there's
right.
such
Yeah.
a boyish quality. And they do love that. Again, Dennis and Michael
Hmm.
are other examples of that.
David Tolliver.
He's the most, well, there's a danger in that though.
Well,
And the
there is an
danger that we
implied
get
danger in
from,
Leslie Nielsen here too.
but that's more forgiving, I think. I
It
think you're
is.
more likely to forgive Leslie Nielsen, and you might sleep with David Tolliver, but there'd be a worry. I think I could be lulled into security with Leslie Nielsen.
Oh, sure.
I would let him stay over. I don't know if I would let David Tolliver stay over.
They're two sides of the same coin, right? Like one is the
Yes,
heads,
they
one
are.
is the tails. I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that that's what makes him the most dangerous, the most suave and scary.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't know that at the time.
Yeah.
So
It's a delicious performance from him.
it is. And
So
I think
complex.
we spent a lot. I mean, that was another one who was sort of it was a potential for a surprise on the rewatch.
Yeah.
I hadn't really considered what a fully formed villain that character really is because he's the
Mhm.
devil. Like he's just straight up
Mhm.
gonna give you what you want. And yeah, so well done, Leslie Nielsen
Well done. Yeah.
in Dead Man's Gold. That
Tour
was
de
my choice.
force. I think
And of
Emmy
course,
worthy.
we know him as our
Uncle
Uncle
Lucas.
Lucas in
Hmm.
our two-part finale to the Golden Girls, who he marries
That is so
Dorothy.
fun
Yeah.
that it's so fun that B. Arthur and Angela Lansbury both get these love scenes with Leslie Nielsen, right? It's a little love triangle that I'm creating in my
Nice.
head
It's
about
fun.
it.
It's
Although
fun.
I have a feeling that Angela Lansbury was more patient and charmed by Leslie Nielsen than B. Arthur was off when they
I
weren't
don't know.
sharing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
B. Arthur always laments about his crude humor and fart machine.
Ah, right,
Yeah.
right, 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 right.
She she would say, "What a gorgeous
But
man," and then to have
remember
his humor, what a bore.
what but remember that lowbrow, raunchy Angela Lansbury
Body.
would not
Uh-huh.
necessarily have been disarmed by that.
Absolutely. She'd have
So
loved it. Okay. Well, as we already mentioned, Leslie Nielsen was my first choice. My second choice was Cherie North from No Laughing Murder, who we know as Blanche's sister Virginia in The Golden Girls. And it's interesting that I made this pick because I think there were other bigger characters in the season that could have. I have many backups here ready to go, but there's something about her presence, her idiosyncrasies, her fluty, light, wispy voice, and just the way she reacts on camera that's so engaging and so charming. I mean, she was probably on paper the least interesting character in that episode, and yet my eyes were always on her. What she was wearing, what she was looking at, how she was fidgeting her hands. Her emotional payoff in the end was so satisfying, right? Her Muppet arms.
Like, good for her. Good for
Good for
her.
her. And I just have such a soft spot for her. I think she's brilliant as Virginia. She's such a great foil to Blanche because Blanche is such a strong character in the Golden Girls. And then Virginia shows up and is ready to do battle with Blanche, right?
Because she's right. That's
She is
such
right.
the strongest thing, the boldest thing you can do is have your protagonist be
Be
human and
wrong.
wrong.
Hmm. And Blanche is often wrong.
Yes.
And so I have a lot of goodwill for her just because she shows up in the Golden Girls. I also love that they let her play Virginia both times she shows up rather than a recast.
Yeah. Well, I
So
mean, again, that possibly was due to availability.
sure.
That possibly well, there's it's interesting, and that scene also would go completely different had it been Charmaine, because we
Yeah,
hadn't yet met Charmaine.
right.
But if
Charmaine is much more like Blanche.
yes, as we find out
Right.
in the Charmaine episode of the Golden Girls,
Hmm.
um, and the back and forth of Virginia and Blanche is not dissimilar to the back and forth of
Right.
Barbara Babcock as Charmaine and Blanche in that future episode. But I believe the hurt in Virginia.
Me too.
Where were you? He wanted you. And
Hmm.
the hurt is not just that Blanche wasn't there, it's that
Hmm.
her father wanted her, Blanche.
He doesn't let her off the hook.
Well, not just he wanted you, and
Hmm.
I was the one who was here.
Yeah.
There's so much. There's August Osage County in that scene. Is
Oh,
so much.
it's
So
good.
much.
Yeah. I don't think it's the best death episode of the Golden Girls. I don't think the writers did either, but the performance and the scene are exquisite.
No. How they handle death in that show. I mean, we're going off the rails a little bit here, which we never do.
Truly,
Um,
what? Truly
I mean,
brilliant.
I
Ebti's
mean,
Revenge.
it kind of has to be Phil, doesn't it? It has to
It's
be
Phil.
Sophia.
It's the most gorgeous episode of TV I think I've ever seen. It is my favorite episode of the Golden Girls. It's my favorite scene of the Golden Girls, the end sequence. It just really
Icebreaker.
gets it.
Yeah, because it's funny and devastating.
Devastating.
Seconds within each other.
Again, it's that
Yeah,
one of our characters is wrong. She's made the wrong choices and the wrong decisions for so long, and she will not
yeah.
let it go. And and she finally cracks. We don't see her crack, right? We don't really see her crack that way. There's the episode where she
Sophia
loses her
crying. Yeah, no, that's it.
memory.
That's it.
There's the episode where her friend
Yeah,
wants to commit suicide. There are moments when Sophia is sort of ruffled,
vulnerable.
needs to get her footing, but that's the only one I can think of that she really collapses into her emotional life. Yeah,
Yes,
it's brilliant.
yes.
Yeah,
Great show.
yeah.
And that's why we love it, and
It's
that's why we
okay.
bring it up constantly during Murder, She
Uh-huh.
Wrote,
Uh-huh.
frankly.
And the best things that we see in the Golden Girls, we see here too, because we see those people doing great work.
Yeah, yeah. Well done, Sheree North.
Well
Absolutely.
done. Well done.
Also on my list for all the same reasons. Yeah.
Hmm. I don't even
All
know if there's a
right.
need to talk about anybody else because they really are the two.
I mean, well done for everybody else too. I mean, Minor Key is
Yeah.
full
The
of
whole
them.
cast of Murder in the Minor Key. Yeah.
Yeah. No. And I mean, and I think one of my least. I mean, we don't do a least favorite, but
Hmm.
ironically, I think Jory Avok is my least in this
Oh,
season
yeah.
because I don't
It's
like
such a
that
nothing
episode.
episode. Yeah. And they don't
Yeah.
work together in a profound way or in an interesting way.
He
Yeah.
doesn't even drug her. Um,
No roofie?
I know, but that does
What's
lead
the
us
point?
to our best co-detective slash Watson. So Jessica
Yes,
frequent needs help when she accepts it, and you get to go first with who
I
your
do.
favorite best co-detective.
I know, and I'm very lucky here because it feels like this one is far and away up above the others in my list. And it's Michael Haggerty and One White Rose for Death.
Nice.
Yeah. I think we've seen Michael Haggerty before in Widow Weep for Me, and they have a cool rapport. They get to know each other that first time. But in this case, immediately when she sees him, when she walks into that dining room table and he's there, or it's the other way around, he walks in and she's sitting at the table with our German musicians, she
Hmm.
knows something's up and she can clue into what he's doing instantly. And so they are instantly bonded and allied, even if she doesn't know what's going on. And I love that they have that kind of relationship. And also, she gives him so much support in that episode. He loses one of his dear friends, and she's the one at his side. They really work together so beautifully, and they have each other's back regardless. One thing I like about Michael Haggerty that is great, that is frustrating about the Jerry Orbach character, is it feels like Michael puts Jessica in some difficult situations, but he's always going to figure out a way. Jerry Orbach, I'm not sure he has a way to keep Jessica
Well, he's an
safe in the same
opportunist in an
way, right?
entirely different way.
Right.
I think Michael Haggerty is thrown off by how much he cares about Jessica.
Yeah. I think there's an element of love between them, and I don't necessarily
Yeah,
mean romantic love. I mean like a platonic, deep respect, and they just get each other. And that's why
yeah,
she is willing to go along with him so often and do these crazy things and find herself in these crazy scenarios, being kidnapped at gunpoint at the opera, shoved into a car, and breaking into an embassy.
yeah.
She's an old lady from Maine. That's
A old widow
crazy.
woman.
But she runs with
Widow.
it because she trusts him. They have
Yeah,
trust that I don't think she really has with many other characters here.
excellent.
Yeah.
Well, mine is also a repeat person who comes up a lot, but not often in a positive sense. I went with
Mm,
Grady and Crossed Up.
Grady.
He is her extension in this episode because he
Hmm.
needs to be, because nobody else believes her. So while in Murder by Appointment Only, he does show himself to be useful. I referenced that, or he may have. I don't think he was my best coach. He may have been my best co-detective last
I think
season.
he was, yeah.
I think he was. Well,
Yeah.
surprise! Who knew?
There he
For
is
a character
again.
that we malign so frequently, he's
Hmm.
very useful in this episode.
Yeah.
He gets information. He's the only one on site for her, and
Hmm.
he reports back with enough information to get her what she needs.
Yeah.
While he does not directly lead us to the killer, he is the only one who's willing to discuss it with her.
Hmm.
So, and even though Seth is willing to talk about it, he's not there in that function for that episode.
Right. And Amos is
So
playing
I
along, but Amos is also mucking up things from time to time.
Amos is not playing along. He flat out rejects it until he has to admit.
Well, I suppose that's what I mean. Well, and then when he's at that house and he's
Yeah,
like, "Oh, Mrs. Fletcher found out who the killer is,"
I know. He
putting
fucks it
her
up
in
completely.
danger.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. Completely misreading the room. Completely misreading the room, which is necessary for the story.
Sure.
Of
We
course.
don't get our beautiful climax without it. So,
Exactly. Doty. So props to Grady for coming to work that day,
hmm,
even if he kept giving her tuna surprise.
he wanted to take care of her. It was
He
so
did.
sweet.
It is.
And she's too nice to it. Grady, I don't want fucking tuna. That's all
I
she had
know.
to say. I
And
love their
the concept
relationship.
of a tuna omelet is repulsive.
Ooh, God. One thing I'll never try. All
Who
right. Do you
made
have
your
any?
best list? Oh, my follow-up. He's not technically a detective in the traditional sense, but I wanted to give a shout out to George Takei.
Oh, I
Um,
thought about him too, actually.
yeah,
She needs him because she
as
doesn't
our
really have
janitor Bert.
anybody else there. Only
Exactly, and he
Gingivitis
gets
McGee.
I know, and he's terrible. So George Takei's Bert in Bottom Line is effective because he accidentally or intentionally, depending on your view, is the
Hmm.
manipulator for
Yeah.
our penultimate scene. He gets our killer out. He ruffles the feathers, and to the point where everyone in that room looks ruffled.
Huh? And he does so with grace
And
and aplomb. He knows exactly
yep,
how to talk. And it's so
hmm
simple. And he's not making a big show of things. He just
no,
lays,
and he
plants
can't
the seed.
because he's a subordinate as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
So it makes perfect sense for him to manipulate the situation in that way from the bottom to top, from the
yeah,
bottom in that direction,
exactly.
because that's his role. So
Yep.
I wanted to give a little shout out to George
Oh,
Takei
I
as well,
love
even
that.
though technically Jessica's not in that scene.
Right. I like Barney Martin and No Accounting for Murder as well. They have a nice
Hmm.
they have a nice thing going. And even when Grady is here we are bringing up Grady again. Even when he's the prime suspect, he's not a dick about it. He understands and he's willing to see any point of view that Jessica brings to
Hmm.
the table. And I like that. And he's
He's
not,
trying to help exonerate him,
yeah, he's not a
actually.
dummy. Yeah, he wants to
No,
do everything he can.
you can tell why they brought him back.
There's integrity in his
Yeah,
character. Yeah, we like him.
yeah.
Oh, then we get to go to the worst co-detective, Watson, for Jessica. This is fun. I'm very
Yes.
curious who you chose.
Well, you've chosen this individual before. I'm now choosing Amos Tupper. Uh,
Yes.
because he is the exact opposite, crossed up, and
Yeah.
to a frustrating, irritating degree,
Yeah.
because this is not their first rodeo. This is
No.
their eighth or ninth or tenth or 12th.
Hmm.
Uh, and his immediate dismissal of her out the gate
Yeah.
is annoying. It's not exactly out of character because I believe that in him, but it is one of the most frustrating elements. The local cop in Stage Struck is also extremely
Hey
frustrating
now,
because
hey now.
he's, huh?
Hey
Oh, is
now,
he
hey
yours?
now. Yes, he
Is he
is.
yours? So I'll let you tell me why.
Well, I think Merton P. Drock is my pick in Stage Struck because he's an absolute imbecile who's more concerned with playing the part of detective and making a grand show of things than in actually doing real work. He's so vain, so self-aggrandizing, and he really thinks this is his moment. And so he's totally removed from any sort of integrity in his work as a police officer. I mean, he
Mhm.
makes that grand gesture at the end where they close the curtain. He says, "It's you. You're going to jail." And everybody just sort of shakes their head at him because it's not about solving the murder. It's about stroking his very weird ego, right?
Mhm.
I think he's such an imbecile and so frustrating. That poor guy gets carted off to jail, and Jessica knows that he's innocent. It's such a frustrating scene. And
I know.
I think he's brilliant in the episode. I love him. I think he's so funny. I think he plays it so effectively. But boy, just want to slug him. I'm a very nonviolent person, so this takes a
No,
lot.
I understand.
Yeah,
Well, because he's another one who uses Jessica until he thinks he doesn't need her anymore.
right. Oh,
And
he
it's
needs
the
her.
he desperately needs her
Hmm. And
and
he
then
knows it.
refuses once he doesn't.
He
He
becomes
says, ah,
obsessed with his own sort of success, his own image. This guy
yeah,
needs to be fired. He should not be
what
doing
a
this work.
douche.
What a
What a douche.
douche.
He might be.
Yeah.
What I he
Hmm.
this is not going to be great for him.
Right. You are not Holmes, sir. Sit down.
The scenario is over. Allow me my moment,
Oh, jeez. Not your moment, Dick.
Dick.
You just sent somebody innocent to jail.
He'll
Oh,
get out in a
jeez.
couple hours
Yeah.
because we get the confession really soon after.
Real fast. Yeah. I also had a backup here. I thought Errol in The Corpse Flew First Class
Uh,
because he actually seems like such a great co-detective
I
for her, and they
know.
seem to be working together, but he's using her the whole time. So,
Yeah,
fuck that guy.
he's similar to our detective in Murder at the Oasis, where
Yeah.
where he's playing her the whole time,
Hmm.
and it is yeah.
Yeah,
He came to mind as well.
he did. Oh God, we're one of my favorite categories, femme fatale.
And Fatale,
Oh geez, I part
you
of me
get to go first.
wants you to go first because I can't pick between my two. This is very difficult. I think I'm gonna go for the subverted trope idea here, and I'm picking Susan Anton in Corned Beef and Cabbage
Nice.
because she is coded so strongly as femme fatale, and then
Hmm.
she's not. And there's something about her that it's so fun to look at, right? She's got that
Hmm.
cocaine chic going on. She looks great. She's a tall glass of water. Those legs go on for days. And she plays the game in a way a femme fatale would. She's very like Sharon Stone in a way, right? A little
Yes.
light, but very Sharon Stone. And so something about her energy is what is doing it for me. Even if she doesn't end up being dangerous, I like the possibility that she is.
I kind of like that she's not. I mean, I know we love when the women are the killers because that's fun. But there's also something to be said about the progressive nature of an ambitious woman not being vilified for that.
Hmm. Hmm.
I think we got to pick and choose when we want that done in our
Right.
world. And while it's not as fun for, rich, straight white guy to be the murderer, it's more validating that,
Yeah.
yeah, those are the bad guys in our real life. So yeah, I appreciate because even when she's talking to her business associate at the dinner, she's like, "Oh, did I hear you say partner?" Like when he was offering what her uh,
Yes.
reward would be for getting a new agent at the firm. And he was like, "Oh, you'll get a nice bonus." Oh, did I hear you say partner? Um,
So great.
she knows what she wants. She knows what she
She
wants.
knows what she wants, and there's also like a calm to her that we don't see in a lot of characters. Even when Jessica sort of calls out the incongruity in her story and how she showed up, and then she's like, I saw him dead there, but I didn't kill him. And she just like is like,
Mhm.
yeah, I saw him dead. What of it? I didn't
What
do
about
it.
it?
She
Yeah.
even in that moment, she's not that rattled.
No.
I love that. I love it.
Cool.
There's a
Just
cool
cool.
confidence in her that is so fun. Who'd you pick?
I went obvious. I went with Jessica Walter again. Yeah, I did look at other options. I hate want to keep calling her Mary Jones. I know it's Christine Glover. Um, I I also looked at Kate Mulgrew as a possibility, but I think she's more complicated than a femme
Yeah,
fatale.
she's not quite a femme
Um,
fatale, is she?
I went with Jessica Walter because she's sexy
Yeah,
and she's another ambition. In this case, I do want her to be the killer, and I'm cool with that. She is. It's
yeah,
okay that
yeah,
that's not the most direct, but it's still good for her. Like, yeah, you know what? She didn't want to sell the business. Who was pressuring her to do it? She had to kill him. He
totally,
tried to kill her. It's
totally.
almost it's on the way. It's on the road to vindication. If it's not
Yes.
literally. I see her point. And she looks great in a bathing suit. She looks great in resort wear. She wants to fuck that masseuse. It's all there.
That is the
It's
best, isn't it?
all there. And she's 45 and she's not slowing down. She's free and easy. And
Husband's
I
dead.
give,
Doesn't matter.
yeah,
She's gonna get what she wants.
yeah. She
She's
waited an appropriate
excellent.
amount of time.
I
Yeah.
think so.
So,
She looks
and I
great the
think,
whole time. Oh my gosh.
yes.
The
And I think
costumes,
because
superb.
I she is outshone, unfortunately, in a lot of other directions. And I know I mentioned her in manipulation scene, but that's more Jessica. I wanted to give recognition to Jessica Walter for coming to work that
She
day,
deserves it. She earned
fully,
it.
fully coming to work that day. Hot.
You deserve it. You earned it. It's yours. Purple mink,
Represent
Dolores.
April Mink Dolores. No, I know where you were going with that. I know. You don't deserve with other women's fur coats. But maybe Jessica Walter does.
Give her anything she
Um,
wants.
do you have a backup besides your Kristen
Yes,
Clifford?
the one that I couldn't choose between is Karen Kay as Lois Ames in Death Takes a Dive.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the full cut, she is so fun. She is the
Mm-hmm.
color, she is the joy, she is the life of that episode. There's no reason to watch it without her in it. And unfortunately, the shortened cut almost snips her out entirely. And I think
Right.
when we were watching it, the episode was less good because she
Yeah.
wasn't in it, right? She really is a
Yeah,
femme fatale, right? She's an opportunist. She's gonna sleep with Harry to sort
she's a
of
legit red
get what
herring
she wants. She's really, yeah, she kind of is an important element of that plot. And so it's wild to me still that they cut her out when they re-edited that.
because
But
she's in her own scenes. She's on the phone.
yeah,
There's opportunity for that to
yeah,
be mentioned
right.
later.
Well, we
Yeah,
see her like following Jessica
I know.
and John Amos in the park and calling on her car phone. We have a problem. You know what I mean? Like she
It's a
is
bad call. It's a
under,
bad decision.
it really sucks.
Instead, we get the Eye of the
Yeah.
Tiger sequences,
Ugh.
and
And frankly,
yeah.
I may have chosen her if the integrity of her character had been preserved in the
Mhm.
episode we watched.
Oh, yeah, I
I
mean,
think
it is
she's,
viable. That is a viable cut
it
of the
is.
episode.
Yeah. But it bothers me.
Uh,
And I think ultimately Susan Anton is a really key player in her episode, and that's why I went with her. But
sure.
it was such a Sophie's choice. I also thought Margaret Whitworth in Murder She Spoke is the widow. Thought she had like a cool quality to her that
Oh, right, right, right. Yeah,
the
yeah,
one
yeah.
with the mauve nail
Monet
polish,
Mauve.
Monet
Yeah, Monet
mauve.
Mauve.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Again, came to work.
Hmm.
This girl fucks. I love it.
Hmm.
I love it. I love it. Well, speaking of folks who fuck, our next category
Ew.
is hottest guy of the season.
Oh no.
There are a few. There's a
How do we do this?
few. Well, because we
I have a
know.
lot.
Of course you do. Murder, She Wrote gets you hot. There are several attractive gentlemen
Yeah,
in this season, in this series. Even the milquetoast ones in Dead Man's Gold, the sort of
sure.
non inconsequential to the plot ones like in
We have
Stage
a
Struck.
lot. The faces are facing.
I kind of had to go obvious for this one though.
Okay. I hope it's my second choice so that he gets the credit he deserves. Go for it.
I have a feeling, well, because I was deciding I had to go good guy or bad guy. Do I want the
Mm,
good boy or the bad boy? And I went
mm.
good boy. I went George Clooney.
Oh, okay. Was not on my list, oddly.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's very obvious because he's, you know, a leading matinee idol. He's always been, he's people's sexiest man. He's right in this episode too. He's mad at at his parents and his parents' best friend or ex-friends.
Hmm.
He just wants to get married. He's trying to bring the family together. He's also young George Clooney, gorgeous,
Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
gorgeous. There's a femininity to his face.
He has those supple lips, those smoky
The
eyes,
the
that gorgeous
cheeks.
olive skin, the
He's
hair,
yeah,
the thick head of hair. My God. One of
pre-Caesar
God's
cut. Like, because
favorites.
I always found him handsome. I found him handsome in ER. I found him handsome
Hmm.
in a bit, but his sort of pre-Booker in Roseanne sort of look,
Hmm.
and I don't necessarily go for like that sort of longer
Hmm.
hair in a gentleman, but it's not poorly styled. It's not 80s styled. It's not
Right.
feathered. It's not that sort of Blagojevich styling that we
Blagojevich,
see.
yes.
And he's sort of effortless in it.
Yeah.
It's fully believable.
Hmm.
And who doesn't want to fuck George Clooney in the 80s?
Who
So
doesn't?
uh so I went good boy. I went good boy for that. I'll get to my bad boy in my secondary list,
Okay,
secondary note. But who's your
good.
choice, first choice?
Well, I'm switching my choice right now because I need to make sure he gets the credit. And I think it is the right decision. I'm also going good boy, but I'm going
Huh.
for Tom Selleck as Magnum because
Yeah.
come the fuck on. There's
Could you
nobody
please?
who's so charming and
Yeah.
sparkly and tall and bronze and I mean, I could watch him follow people around in a car all day long, which is
All
what
day
we
long.
did, unfortunately, in that first Magnum episode of the two-part series.
I
So
know.
I think he's unmatched in charm. I think I
Super
had
dreamy. Super dreamy.
he has a way of just being on camera and having a little smirk that makes you want to do everything for him. I mean, and this category was really difficult. It was like putting me between a hard place and a hard place.
Hmm.
But I'm just so that was
Yeah,
he must get the credit that he deserves.
indeed.
And
Indeed.
also he's a critical part of the episode too.
Yeah.
Without him in the Magnum half of the double parter, it would have been boring. Because frankly, the Magnum episode was kind of boring, but
Oh
he
yeah,
makes it
yeah.
watchable. So not just because he's beautiful, but because his charisma carries.
There's a reason he had his own show.
It sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Leading man handsome.
Yep.
Well, my
Okay.
backup was
Who
Bad Boy,
else?
which was Barry Williams in Headless Horseman.
Oh, he's very
Um,
sexy. He is very
very
sexy.
sexy. And what a douche in that episode. So I had to edge out for the good boy and eventually at the last moment.
Yeah.
But there's something about the bad boy too.
Fair.
I wouldn't say that I would allow him to treat me the way that he does, but that he would in that as that character. As he is that variation on the theme is a who wouldn't.
Frankly.
But this is fantasy, this is fun, and I think that shows like this allow you to play with possibilities in your head about what you would never tolerate in real life.
Yes.
And so he hearkens to that. And there's a reason that he plays that so well is because he's probably not like that because he's
Hmm.
able to
Hmm.
lean into that as well. And that's why those kind of roles are fun.
They are.
He's not
Playing the
quite the
bad guy is
devil.
always fun. Always
Yeah.
fun. You know, I was
Yeah.
in musical theater school and I often was cast as a villainous character. It was,
That's because you're a baritone.
it's
Or
that, I mean, that is part of it. I'm also
yeah.
very tall and broad, and so I can
I
have
said
an
that very
imposing presence.
I said that very authoritatively. Are you in fact a baritone?
That is correct. I am a
Okay,
baritone. I
good.
am a classic baritone. Well done. Well done, sir. Okay.
Ooh.
He's a musician now.
No, my goodness. Yeah, so I mean the handsome roustabout in the circus episode, our doomed bodyguard in Corpse Flu First Flu First Class.
Hmm.
I know you're a big Wiley fan as well.
Wiley was the one that I almost chose.
Yeah.
My Sean Cody
In
boy. Oh. There is
But I
something about a
mean,
bright set of eyes that I cannot look past, and that boy has big baby blues, and he is so cute.
he's a little bit more mature, but Bruce Davison in A Cemetery Vote, and
Absolutely.
a strong choice. Um, our sheriff in or not sheriff, our police officer in Days Dwindle Down, our son, very handsome, the
Very
the
good
son of
looking.
the
Yeah.
of our
Mark
of our
Shera is
wrongly
also
accused.
in Big Top. Mark Shera looking great.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh
handsome,
yeah.
handsome, handsome people,
There's
very handsome people.
I had a Leslie Nielsen because he's sexy. He's
He's
very
sexy,
sexy.
very
Deputy
sexy.
Wayne in the cemetery vote, our douchebag right hand cop.
Our ambassador in White Rose. Yeah,
Absolutely.
there's
Vice Chancellor Simon in Murder, that tall, dark, and handsome Vice Chancellor Simon, who's hung. Not literally, but
yeah, there's
yeah,
some very good choices. Some very good
yeah.
choices. It's no one saying we can't have fun on this show.
Why not? Thank you, producers. Thank you, casting. We appreciate.
Indeed. You did well done. Well
Well
done.
done.
Now we get to go with best bitch of the season. This is a woman who
Yay!
gets with, or a person. It doesn't actually have to be a woman. So far, I think it always has been, but
Yeah.
it certainly doesn't have to be because what's his name almost made that list. Barry Williams's father character in Brady Bunch. In
Robert Reed.
yes, Robert Reed. I think was
Yes,
my was my
we
list for
both
best
had him,
bitch.
yeah, as a backup for best bitch. So great. I think I get the
Who'd you
first
pick?
pick here.
You
Okay.
do.
Girl, I- it's got to be Jessica Walter.
Good
She's so
call.
great. She's so great. And I haven't picked her
Now,
yet. So,
what makes the difference between a femme fatale and a best bitch for you? because
You know what it is here?
we've had these distinctions before with Trisha
Yeah.
O'Neill.
Oh, right. Right. I think what does it for me is her character. So her husband has died and she's inherited a company and she's being strong-armed from many directions to sell, right? And I
Hmm.
think the bitch in her is like, no, it's mine. And so while she does end up being a femme fatale and a murderer, I think that it's the bitch in her that says, you're not going to take what's mine.
Right.
And even
And
even like I want to, you said it, I want to sleep with that massage therapist. I want
right.
what I want. And there's something cool bitch about that for me. So,
Right. Lest anyone think that we're using this word in a derogatory way.
oh no,
We
this is laud.
as a specific type of gay man,
Hmm.
that is a high honor
Right.
of distinction.
And there were a lot of
Yeah.
options for this category for me. I have 4 or 5 backups that nearly made the
Um,
cut, but Jessica did it for me.
I wanted to give credit to Barbara Bennington
Oh, she's great.
because she's motivated and wants what she wants. She's ambitious. She's already successful. She's a soap star actress, but she clearly wants to be treated more seriously. Excuse me. So
Hmm.
she handles the understudy role for this patrician beauty, which
Hmm.
she's totally miscast for. And
Honestly, should never been seen for it.
but she's clearly a stunt casting. Like
Yeah.
there's clearly a stunt
Hmm.
casting element there.
This is
And
Chicago on Broadway.
yeah, yeah. And there's, the show leans into, the red shoes, which they make a reference to, leans
Hmm.
into All About Eve, which they kind of make reference to if you don't know the red shoes. Uh, there's a lot of goodness. There's a lot of it's meaty, it's chunky, and she even gets a really great flashback. Like, and
Yeah.
that doesn't happen a lot for our murder victims, where we get like just as viable a meaty bit of information
Hmm.
via flashback at the end.
Yeah.
And while she has to go because that's the plot, and she goes at the appropriate time because that's the plot, I relish the time she's on
Oh,
screen.
she eats it
Um,
up.
and
And frankly,
I, yeah,
she looks
she's a better
better in that
actress
green
than she.
silk than
She wears
than
it differently. She absolutely wears it differently. I would have loved to see her in that white
the
sequin
white.
at the
Oh,
end,
beautiful. Yeah.
but alas, we never get to it because she dies
Yeah.
at Act Two, at intermission. So yeah, I had to give it up to Barbara Bennington because
Such a great choice. Such
she
a
knew what
great
she
choice.
wanted,
Yeah.
and she's cut down because she wanted too much.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like what we're saying about bitch in this iteration is women who know what they want and
Hmm.
deserve in quotations, and do what they have to do to get it. One
Yeah,
nearly succeeded and murdered people. The other
yeah,
one nearly succeeded by blackmailing and then was murdered.
hmm, yeah.
Love
And
that.
while the motivation is fucked, the motivation is fucked. She's not the one who is going to. She's not Ralph Malph in that. She's not. What's his name? From Happy Days, Donnie Most.
Yeah.
She's not the one who's
Donnie
going
most.
after the book.
Yeah.
She doesn't give a fuck about the book. That's not what she's there for. She's not there to torture this couple. She'll allow it to happen.
Yeah. She wants her name. She wants
She
to
wants her spot.
build her career. She wants to be the one in the spotlight.
Yeah.
Teenage
And
girl.
she's a little long in the tooth for ingenue. So this
Yeah.
is, I see her point. I see her point.
She needs to redirect things
Yeah.
and establish herself in a new type of role because a
Hmm.
lot of women don't get past that point. That's the tipping
Hmm.
point where many of our favorite actors sort of their careers start to fizzle
Hmm.
because they don't write roles for these characters. And so she says, "No, I'm gonna stake my claim in this new space."
There's Babe, District Attorney, driving
And
Miss
driving Miss
Daisy.
Daisy. I want
Uh,
Jagger. Fill him up.
Jack, Tina Turner. Who else was on your short list? This is a fun
Oh my
category.
gosh. I mean, I had Marie Windsor. I think she's a great bitch in her own episode. I think Patty McCormick in No Accounting for Murder as the widowed wife who wants to get what's coming to her. I think Adrienne Barbeau as
Yeah,
the
Adrian was my
climbing
second choice.
producer. She's
Yeah,
so great. Great
she's
fashion choice, and she's willing to
yeah,
manipulate and use Claire to do so. I think
yeah.
Kate Mulgrew, again, not really a bitch. The thing about the Kate
She's
Mulgrew character is because
so
she's so interesting,
delicious.
right? So I didn't choose
Yes.
her because I thought it doesn't really suit the category.
Yeah,
She kind of
yeah,
transcends all of these sort of black and white ways of thinking about these characters, which is it's hard to
indeed,
place her. I know she's going
indeed.
to come up later. So,
She is, and I'm worried you're going to say it first.
uh,
Uh, but
who
we'll
gets to
get
say it
to it.
first? Okay, we'll see. We'll
I
see.
have a fee. It depending
Depending.
on depending.
But
Yeah.
you get to choose now. Well, who else? You said Adrienne Barbeau.
Oh, Adrian Barbeau and Barbara Bennington
Yeah,
were high on my list. I did
excellent.
consider. I mean, again, I appreciated the complication of the complicated writing for these women. Like
Hmm.
again, when we say Trish in season one for
Yeah,
Dog's Life, she's a bitch. Like that's sort of the fun of it is
yeah.
that she is kind of like this sort of hardened spite of a woman,
Hmm.
basically. Our secretary from Dwindle Down is more than a bitch.
Right.
And Dusenberry and Simon Says is more than a bitch.
Yes.
I like that, and I'm not saying that that Barbenheimer is not more than a bitch. I believe that she is more complicated
But
than
what
that
we see
too.
of Barbara
But what we're
is like
provided,
bitch forward, right? She is bitch
yes,
rising. She is
right.
there to be a bitch, and I love that.
Our detective in Deadline for Murder, who has a massive chip on her shoulder, and rightfully
Yes.
so,
In the
is
aubergine
more
suit.
complicated.
Yeah.
Yes, it's more complicated than just calling her a bitch. That actually, it seems the most reductive choice
Yeah.
in my
Yeah.
estimation, because the whole point is that she's not. That's
Hmm.
not what we should be reducing women to. And that's why I like to celebrate it and reclaim it on
Yeah.
behalf of, the womanhood within us to sort
Right.
of say, no, we see your point.
Hmm.
We see your point. Well done.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are my calls.
All hail the
Uh,
bitches.
all hail. You'll make it fun.
Hmm.
I would not want to cross any of you.
Not a single one.
You win. You win. Um, so I have to admit, so our next category is we are about just under half. We're about halfway
Yeah, about halfway.
through our list. That does not tell the audience how much we will wax on about any of these categories. Um, that's one scene wonder.
This is
There
hard.
were fewer
Very few.
here.
Yeah. And less
Very,
impactful
very
than
few.
in previous seasons.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of two scene wonders. A
Yes.
lot of scene and a half wonders,
Hmm.
basically. I went with a classic one scene wonder. She's in exactly one episode. Oh, sorry, exactly one scene of one episode, and that's Mona at Mona's Diner.
Oh,
Um,
Mona. And that's
in Crossed Up.
yes.
And the reason
She's
I
the one who
like
sees
her,
Abel Gorsey at the restaurant, right? Yep.
yes, and she used to teach tango lessons. She
Yes.
serves him coffee and he escapes. She is not essential in that episode, except to give further color to the type of people who live in Cabot Cove.
Yeah.
And Cabot Cove maintaining a certain forthright optimism in a decade of cynicism is one of the reasons that Cabot Cove is charming, is quaint, is kind, is nice, and can be subverted so well. We need people like that who are eccentric, who are interesting, but still are
Mhm.
kind hearted to give us that world. And because there's so few Cabot Cove world building in this season, she is a breath of that
She is.
to the point where it can be completely glossed over and forgotten. That scene could be cut for every reason except to introduce Abel Gorsey,
Yeah.
but she's necessary in that regard. And I think that's whether or not the writers knew that at the time,
Hmm.
that's why she is important.
Right.
So I give it to Mona.
I think that's a great answer. I think that's what's beautiful. We talked about crossed up. The suspect list is not that interesting, right? The
Mm.
clue, the raspy voice, ugh, it's a little belabored,
It's one of the kids. It's one of the kids. It has to
right?
be one of the
Like we just
kids.
know let's
Yeah.
let's move past it. And what the episode does beautifully is it creates Cabot Cove. And I
Hmm.
think when I think about that episode, I think about our core four and how they all play their respective roles. And that creates world building for Cabot Cove. So just like you're saying, Mona at the diner is totally necessary. I would have never thought to choose Mona, but I think that's such a brilliant choice, and I kind of applaud you for it. I almost
Oh,
wish I
well,
had thought
thank
of
you.
it first. That's so cool. Because this was a really hard thing. This was a really
Yeah.
hard category. And I don't even think mine is technically correct because again, we get a lot of one and a half scene wonders, or we get like
Yeah.
so so you really followed the brief and found a really interesting choice.
How did you
Uh
fail in this category? Who'd you pick?
well, I, I spitefully still believe it's a one scene wonder, and I think that's Gloria Stewart in The Days Dwindle Down. My husband
Sure.
plants roses. Uh,
They like
she makes
roses.
her like little cameo, right, where she shows up in the flashback wearing a terrible wig, not looking correct at all. And so I kind of just
Yeah.
forget that happened. And she doesn't do anything in it other
It's
than
not
turn
really
the
a
door
scene.
and look,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Gloria Stewart in The Days Dwindle Down, it's a great revelation because her son says that she's dead, and then we know that she's not. And we show up and we find out that she's actually breaking down, right? Like her mind is no longer what it was, and it may have been a result of the trauma of accidentally murdering
Right.
her husband. Not
Or
murdering.
it's just straight up dementia. That's the other thing
Sure.
too, is that
We don't know.
any number of things. We don't know.
Could be dementia, it could be Alzheimer's, it could be
Hmm.
trauma response. She could just be like really screwed up from that.
Just
And
heavily medicated. It could be any number of things.
and I like that it sort of makes us turn, right? It's was one of those moments in an episode that goes, "Oh, we have to go a different direction because this woman clearly can't climb a balcony and hold a gun out and shoot Jessica's chair." And they even say she's not capable of murdering anybody. She's not capable, and
Yeah.
she's not. She wasn't. Everybody was telling us the truth about her, and we think that there's something more going on here, but in fact, she shows us that what happens to people who go through terrible things.
Hmm.
And so I really like it. I don't think it's the loudest performance, but it is really sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, my husband worked with someone, right? Like, oh, she's not there.
She's not there.
She's not
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Tragic.
Tragic.
Uh, One of the scariest things in the world is Alzheimer's or dementia.
I couldn't agree more.
So,
It's so
yeah.
to the folks out there who have family members dealing with dementia or
Yeah.
Alzheimer's,
It is
man,
your
you have my
body
love.
gaslighting you. It's
Yeah.
your body gaslighting you.
Yeah.
It's the
We are here
scariest
for
thing in the
you.
world.
You are our friends.
Yeah.
We love you.
Having parents that at any point that could happen, it terrifies me because
Yeah.
it does come on unexpectedly and it's
Hmm.
not, there are signs. And actually it can lie kind of dormant for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then certain things will come up. Like I believe like you can get like a spike of it from certain medications,
Yeah.
or for some other stuff. Yeah. Brain
Yeah.
fog, fucking terrifying. Fucking
Oh, yeah.
terrifying.
Well, I don't know about you, but like I feel like my brain is the one thing that I can kind of count on. Like I have arthritis in my hands. I have digestive, you know what I mean? Like my body
Hmm.
sometimes does not feel like it's my best friend, but I know
Hmm.
that I always have the ability to think, to question, to be curious, and the idea of losing that grounding in the world is fucking scary. And to see someone like Gloria Stewart play it, frankly, very gracefully and beautifully
Hmm.
in a way that's not doesn't feel exploitative or
Yeah.
gross. Yeah,
Yeah. When it could have.
it
It
could
absolutely
have.
could have. They
Yeah.
do a very good job on the show more often than not when it comes to handling different mental illness
Yeah.
and different neuroatypicality,
Hmm.
whether or not that's age related.
Hmm.
They're very sensitive to that. They're very
Yeah.
sensitive to that.
Yeah.
Which for 1986 or 7 is very, very refreshing.
Honestly. This show is so refreshing, and this show and the Golden Girls, right? They're so refreshing in
Yeah.
the way they look at these types of people in the world. They let people exist as full people with challenges.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Anyway, well, the only other person I could even
Uh,
think of was Mrs. Weems in No Accounting and her
but that's fun
beanie.
too. That's
Yeah,
fun too.
she's fun. She's
Yeah.
fun. But the next category is Best Future Star, baby.
Yeah. You get to go first on this one too.
There's no other for me. It's Gail Weathers herself, Courtney Cox.
She was my backup.
Was
Yeah.
she? Yes. I love her. I mean, I could have chosen one of our others, but she's my favorite star on the list now. Like she's in the
She's
Scream franchise, one of
sweet.
my favorites. She's in Friends, and I think she's a very underappreciated character in Friends. Obviously, it's the six of them, right? But I
Yeah.
think Jennifer Aniston gets a lot of credit. Matthew Perry gets a lot of credit. I think Courtney Cox's Monica is such a stabilizing force in that show, and
Well,
without
because
her,
Monica's, yeah.
you don't really have the premise. It's gone,
Yeah.
and she
She's
holds it
the
together.
Harridan more often than not, actually, because
Yeah,
she's the voice
she's
of
the mother
reason.
figure. She is the yeah,
Yeah.
and her neuroticism is not always displayed in a friendly way toward that behavior, but you still love her, right? You still think it's funny, and she's funny.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, and she's so sweet in Death Stalks the Big Top.
And
Grandfather,
she's
my grandfather.
has agency.
Yeah, yeah.
She fights back with her grandmother.
Hmm.
There is an element of innocence and vulnerability, but she doesn't come off as weak.
No,
She gets
no.
her happy ending. I mean, the dress isn't pretty, but it all comes together. It all comes together for
Whose
her.
dress is worse? B. Arthur in The Golden Girls
Oh,
or Courtney Cox?
we know the answer. It's B. Arthur. It's the second wedding dress for,
We
yeah.
love those ribbons. Okay,
Um,
what's your pick?
I subverted it. So we've never been very clear on the criteria here about whether or
Sure.
not, and we were curious about this because we also talked about like Linda Hamilton last season and Bryan
Hmm.
Cranston,
Who was
people
already a
who
star? Yeah.
existed. Yeah. Well, star is a strong word, but already were working.
Yeah.
Were working. I went with Gloria Stewart.
You did
Because she
not. I
had,
love that. That's
I
so
did,
good.
because while a B movie actress, a certain level of success, constantly working, a working actress in every sense of the word,
Yeah.
did not have the height of her success until decades later with her Oscar nominated role
Hmm.
as Rose in Titanic.
Yeah.
It's such a difference in age depiction, it's such
Yeah.
a difference in choices. The voice is still there. And I thought she was an interesting idea for this category
Mm,
because it showed that you can still have the best things to come in your 60s,
yeah. Yeah.
in your 70s. She still had more within her. And it might have even been in her 50s. I'm not quite sure how
Yeah.
old she's meant to be
Yeah.
because she's aged up for both.
And
So I
frankly,
wanted to go with Gloria Stewart because for this.
you're right. And frankly, in Titanic, the character is kind of we make fun of the character. It's been 84 years, right? We make fun
Mm.
of old Rose. However, her
Did we do
performance
it?
is really good. It's
Yes.
really engaging. I mean, she
Hmm.
captures the attention of that little submarine room when she speaks,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
She's great.
Yeah. She's great. And there's a
There's a
lot to be said about
softness to
Titanic,
her.
about the
Yeah.
earnestness of it, the choices
Hmm.
that character makes. A lot of people like to say that she's the true villain. Y'all need to work on your nuance.
Like chill out.
Um,
Cal was gonna shoot them.
I know,
Cal
and
is a villain. Like, come on.
I have, well, because of the throwing the necklace in the ocean too.
Yeah.
Like, just give
Yeah.
it to your granddaughter. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Whatever, whatever.
Have
It's
some
a
whimsy in
thing.
your heart,
It's not
people.
a
Have
human
your
life. It's a thing, right?
uh, and there are different. I mean, there's also alternate cuts that are very strange. I don't know
Hmm.
if you've seen any of the deleted scenes,
Oh
like
yeah.
very rightfully deleted. Like, what the hell were you thinking,
Bad
James
choice.
Cameron?
Well, he's not the best writer,
Um,
let's be honest.
he's but I wanted to show some love for Gloria Stewart because the obvious choices, and I'm not discrediting Courtney Cox as an
Yeah.
obvious choice because
No.
she's great. That's what
Right.
makes her obvious. And George Clooney.
Yeah, I
Obviously,
thought
these
Clooney would make an
are
appearance, and I'm kind of glad he didn't, to be honest.
yeah.
He
Well,
doesn't
he's
do
already
enough in the episode to for me to like point him out. frankly.
Yeah, yeah. He's handsome.
Yeah,
That's enough for me. So yeah, I went with him. I went with Blair Stewart.
excellent,
How about that?
excellent.
Does that mean we
Should
now get to do best use of old Hollywood legacy actor?
That's right. And we are at the halfway point. We are halfway through our categories. Category is best use of old Hollywood legacy actor. Victor, I'm so glad that you get first pick here because I feel like this is your bread and butter. I feel like you're going to
Yeah.
give me something good here.
I mean, I have two choices here, and I kept going back and forth about which one I wanted to rep.
Well, maybe, just maybe, I'll pick up the slack.
Well, you know what? I'm going to risk her not making it elsewhere on the list. I'm gonna risk it because I love her and she's great. I'm gonna wait till you do yours before I say it. But
Hmm.
I am instead going to give it to Buddy Hackett.
Yeah.
This is a choice because he's extraordinarily memorable in that scene, in his scenes,
Hmm.
specifically his confession scenes, um, his fake attack, his dinner room banter.
Hmm.
He is not viewed, I think, by many of us as a dramatic actor or as an actor really all that much. He's a stand-up
Right,
comic.
right.
And he's not as mean-spirited as someone as like Don Rickles, but he's also not thought of, I think, as someone who's extremely affable and beloved
Hmm.
as some of our others. His humor at the time is very dated.
Yeah.
A lot of it involves stereotypes. A lot of it involves, I mean, that's the era.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And yet there is this quality about him when he admits to Corey why he faked his attack. There's such vulnerability and believability in him that's it's so sad and so sweet. And this pitiful man
Hmm.
who has not had an opportunity to, in his mind, show his daughter the
Yeah.
good life,
Yeah.
show his like, be as successful as his former colleague, and he's just he easily could have been a pathetic withered old man as we've seen in other murder she wrote
Right.
episodes, like folks who just get bitter. And there's not he's not he's a complex character.
Yeah.
And I appreciate also that again they brought in someone who has an interesting look, interesting face, interesting
Hmm.
behavior. He has I don't know what the condition is, but the way that his mouth, I believe it was a childhood incident, almost like a stroke situation, and it he played up the comedy of that a lot in his career
Yeah.
for it to be used and in a heart not heartwarming is the wrong word, but in a vulnerable, sweet kind of way.
Sure.
It with dignity, with still not pointing to it and saying, "Look, disabled person being
Hmm.
innocent." No, he makes bad choices. He still makes bad choices,
Oh,
and I
yeah.
appreciate that too.
But I mean, we talked about it's kind of a batshit choice that he makes, right? Like, what are you doing,
Fully,
sir?
yeah.
However, he shows us up until that point how much anger he's holding on to
Yeah.
and how broken he is because of his financial situation and because of this relationship that fell apart, and theoretically because he didn't get the girl he wanted, and theoretically because he wasn't the leading man of the duo, right?
Coulda,
So
woulda,
there's a
shouldas.
lot of
It's
work
living
that's
off
put
them.
in there.
Yeah.
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 And so
So,
even though he does this
and yet
crazy
capable
thing,
of love, and yet
yeah,
capable of love, capable of that, because not only does he very clearly care about his daughter, he also very clearly cares about Sheree North's character.
right, Norma.
Um, and it is fun as well. Is
It is
also
really
capable of
fun.
being fun in that episode.
Yeah,
So, with some reluctance, but I stand by it. I have made him my choice.
I
I
think it's a
feel
great
also
choice.
I very rarely talk about the men in this show, and you know what? I wanted I'll go ahead and throw a man a bone.
Yeah, I think, well, when they're good, right? Like
Yeah.
Robert Reed, hello, bitch. We
Yeah, I
gotta bring him
know,
up.
I know.
I hope that I hope that I do this justice and you feel like you made the right choice. I chose June Havoc.
Yeah,
When the
she was my
days
alternate.
dwindle down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because she takes what could be nothing and she is so spicy and so opportunistic and she's really operating for herself. I've never really thought she's not an ethical character, right? She blackmails, she commits crime herself that she then because of the statute of limitation she gets away with, right? But
Hmm.
even then, she had the capability of freeing an innocent man. But she asked, "What's in it for me?"
Hmm.
And I know I should look at that abhorrently, right? I should say, like, you terrible woman. But the way she says it, I say, well, you have a point. You have some good reasoning here. And just the way that I mean, we see the flashback, right, with the secretary, which isn't even her, right?
Different actress, yeah.
Different actor. But she takes that character who's kind of like a sassy little secretary who's apparently a nun of strange bargain, and she creates a meaty character out of it. When Jessica shows up at her house the second time and she's inside with her grandkids and she's like, "Hey, calm down, you. Shut up." She's kind of one of those nasty older women, right? And then she turns the smile on. And that
Which
she has
shows
the
how manipulative she was being in that first scene.
yes,
So
yes.
good. So
When
good.
she gets on that phone and says, "This is a voice from your past," she's willing to blackmail again.
How nice to be remembered. Yeah,
She's great. She is so
she's great.
great. And even when Jessica's car pulls away the first time and she turns on a dime and runs to that phone, very much like our favorite commissioner, Betsy Palmer. She just really shows up and we do wonder if she's capable of the murder, even though we're not really sure how she could be
Mm,
involved in it. But she turns up and she turns out. I think she's great. And frankly, I don't know a lot of June Havoc's work, but seeing her in this, I have to assume that she was a powerhouse, even though I'm not sure she ever really was that level. She was never like the A tier red carpet
never
starlet.
ate her. She never
Right.
was. No.
But she should have been based on this performance.
She's best remembered for a depiction of her,
Right.
which doesn't paint her great, frankly, depending on the
Right.
production, which is Gypsy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah, she was my almost. So I'm very
see,
glad that
yeah.
she gets credit there.
I had a feeling.
Um,
Buddy Hackett was on my list, so
was he good? Good,
he
good, good.
was, yeah. The others that I had, Buddy Hackett was really the most substantial other choice I had. The others that were on my list were Alice Nunn for her one-liner. Could have been a one scene wonder. Could have been a one
Yeah.
scene wonder. Mrs. Puff in the Corpse Flew First Class. I love seeing her.
Yes.
I even thought George Takei was like a cool choice to bring back someone who had been in the zeitgeist and maybe wasn't doing a lot of work.
It's it's that middle ground. It's that
Yeah,
middle ground.
yeah.
The working actor
Hmm.
doing stuff until the next thing.
Hmm.
Yeah. He would have been wrong for Best Future Star because
Yeah, I
obviously
agree. Yeah.
Star Trek, a lot of his work that he gets now is
Hmm.
because of Star Trek.
I even thought John Amos, but frankly, John Amos has been working all the time, so it didn't really feel like the right category for him. But I liked when he showed up in Death Takes a Dive.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I
Yeah,
think these were the
I
two
think
clears.
the criteria, depending on what one agrees on, I think they have to have an established, for lack of a better word, success in the
Yeah.
realm of or near success or existence in the past,
Yeah.
and brought back in a delicious, either unexpected or revelatory way.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, I like that.
Yeah. All right.
But not only do we get great casting, we sometimes
Hmm.
get not great casting.
Less than great casting.
So, what actor for which character would you recast?
I This is tough. There were two that I was really bouncing between, but I think I landed on the right one. And I think I would have recast our lead in Murder in the Minor Key, Sean Cassidy as Chad Singer, because he's brought in to sort of be the Jessica element of that episode. And frankly, I don't think he lives up to the challenge. There's nothing wrong with his acting. I think he's a very capable actor, but he's not enough in that episode to carry the story. I mean, the saving grace of that is that you have the supporting cast of character actors who are doing some heavy lifting in that episode. And so he can kind of get by. But when I see this as like, oh, well, the reason this didn't have a spin-off is because that character is not strong enough to carry a spin-off. Even Dinah
Yeah,
Manoff as his Girl Friday or his Watson has more interest and has more charisma and screen presence than he does. I'm just not really
absolutely.
sure what he's doing sometimes. And so, no offense to Sean Cassidy, but I just don't think he was adequately cast in this part.
I'm with you. Absolutely
Yeah.
understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Adam West was miscast in Death Takes a Dive.
That was my
Yeah.
second. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not interesting enough in the
No.
role. He does not look like he's having fun. He does not look like he's particularly exploring the role. I don't know if Adam West has enough depth as an actor to do the nuance that that role really required.
Yeah, he was very flat.
Um,
He was just really
so
flat.
flat,
Yeah.
utterly flat. His death was meaningless. We didn't miss him once he was gone.
Nope. It was almost a
Um,
relief when he was gone because it was a little clunky on the screen, frankly.
yeah, and I know that seems like I mean Adam West is not viewed as a tremendous actor, but when you're gonna bring in a non-tremendous actor, it needs to hit
Yeah.
in a very specific
Yeah.
way, and it just
And it
doesn't.
just doesn't. Wah, wah, wah. It's deflated. It's not even it's not interesting. I mean,
No,
that's the biggest
it's
crime you can
bad
commit as a
stunt
performer,
casting.
right? Yeah.
It's bad stunt casting.
Yeah.
How are you going to have someone like Adam West, fucking Batman, be boring? And like, it's a nothing. It's a nothing.
Yeah.
And to the point where I would have rather like throw in Lyle Wagner,
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
throw in someone who
More
actually would
grit.
look like, yeah,
More
charisma. I don't believe that that guy gets what he wants.
no.
Like
If
he's not
that
a
guy
bitch.
strong-armed me, I'd be like, please. I would shoo him away like a
Yeah,
fly. Like, don't even try it in your
give me
preppy
Rex
prep.
Reed. Like give me someone, and you know what I also I kind of want like a lascivious bisexual in that role. I
Oh
want
yeah.
someone to really, be a foil for the masculinity that we see in that
Yeah.
episode,
Yeah.
which your truant LeVar Burton, your middle ground anti-hero in Jerry Orbach, your pain in the ass Ernest Borgnine. I want something. I want another flavor in there.
Yeah, me too.
And I don't know why we got this Necco wafer of a performance from Adam West, frankly.
This dry, crispy cracker nothing performance. Yeah,
It's
it's
just not my
just
vibe.
bad. Yeah. That was my
Um
second choice. Yeah.
my
Yeah.
second choice was Eric Anderson as Gary Roberts in Unfinished Business. He is
Oh,
the
yeah.
blackmailer.
Yep.
It's a nothing role.
Yeah.
He's a dick to the guy at the welcome office, at the
Hmm.
concierge office. I would have liked something else, but
Yeah.
it's so much of a nothing role where
Yeah.
it couldn't possibly be my choice. I had to go with Adam West.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
So, oh, but also I will point out another one scene wonder contender is our housekeeper from Unfinished Business, who is
Oh,
a
yeah.
delight for those 3 seconds. Ethel,
Yeah.
yeah, she's fun.
Ethel. Oh my gosh.
Now, most underused actor or character, where we say please give them more to do, means
Yes.
that the casting was right,
Yes. But the writing was
but they
not.
weren't served in the way that we needed them to
Yeah. The
be.
writing and the production really let them down.
Yeah. And this is funny because I go first in this regard.
Yeah.
Oh, is there another actor you would have miscast? You would have recast?
Uh, I thought that I thought John Glacier as Franz Mueller in one White Rose for Death maybe could have been a better option because of his clunky accent.
Oh, John Glover. John Glover. Yeah,
John
yeah,
Glover,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the best of his few murder she
And I
wrote.
like him.
Yeah.
I really like him. Again, these are actors who I think we like, but they're
Yeah.
just not good here. It just was a
They're wrong.
misstep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that was my other option.
Um, I know she's capable of more. I would have loved to have seen more of her. So I
Yeah.
chose Colleen Camp in Crossed Up. Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
She was my second
Which is
choice.
funny because she's given quite a lot to do in her
Hmm.
next appearance as somebody else when she comes back to Murder She Wrote, and she's not the most interesting character in that episode either, but she's
Right.
given at least a caricature to play.
Hmm.
Dodie as the wife stroking the cat, doing a lot of glancing, a lot of looking about sort of suspiciously. I want more. I want
Yeah.
more. I know Colleen Camp is capable of it, particularly since I've seen her in a number of broad romantic comedy screwball shit that she's
Yeah.
better than. And she's in my favorite movie of all time, which is Clue. She's the vet, the maid.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen her in
Uh,
another scene.
Another
I would have
scene.
given her at least
Something.
one more scene.
Yeah. Well, because when she shows up at the end with that gun shaking, dripping wet, you're like, you don't have it in you to kill.
You don't
We
have it in
only
you.
see you pet a cat and mug. When in fact, we're meant to believe you've already killed two people. But I don't buy it. And Colleen Camp is good. And she is good in the scenes where she's petting the cat as this sort of
Hmm.
vain, glamorous wife, right?
Hmm.
But it's not enough. The
Not
writing does
enough.
not serve her. They do
She
not
needs at
give her
least
enough to do.
she needs one more scene. And I think that they were insecure because I think they thought that would tip the hand too much.
Maybe, yeah.
But at that point, who fucking cares?
Who fucking cares?
This is Murder She Wrote. This is not Forensic Files. Like we don't
Right,
need to worry about that.
right,
We're not necessarily trying to solve the murder along with Jessica.
right.
Let us know. Like I think there's ways around that. I think there are
Hmm.
absolutely ways around that because we get great scenes from eventual killers that didn't affect.
Yeah,
So yeah.
good choice. Yep, that was my second choice.
Mm.
My first choice was, oh, and it makes me sad, Haley Mills in Unfinished Business. I
Mm.
just
It's
Kaylee Mills is
garbage.
wonderful. And she has a few sort of golden lines, right? A few very poetic things that she says, but most of what she does is sit at a table and drink coffee. Are you kidding me? You're gonna put Haley Mills, who has that lightness, that presence. She was fucking Pollyanna for God's sakes. She
Mhm.
changes a whole town, and then all she does is show up, bitch about her past, and drink coffee. Come on. She could have
She was
she could have
never a
made that
suspect for one
character
thing.
shine, right? She was never a suspect. We never believed it. She was always just sort of this like weary, bored woman. And
It's a
that's the
shame we don't
writing.
get Haley again. Yeah,
I
it's a shame we
know.
don't get more Haley in another
It
episode.
really is. Because she is made for Murder, She Wrote, right? She can slip in anywhere and do anything. And this is what she got. What a
She's
disappointment.
an actor of a certain age, of a certain pedigree, with a
Yeah.
certain flair in her voice,
Yeah.
which is it's a little bit too theatrical for most TV.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's
But we
part
live
of it
for her.
too, is that she has that sort of lyrical, beautiful
Hmm.
musical voice, right? And that sort of that lilt and that light accent. It doesn't suit this character either.
It doesn't. And I could see someone like Kate Mulgrew still managing that. I mean, she's a little young for that part, but now,
Sure.
if we were to do that, like, I think she would actually make Cynthia that much more interesting,
Yeah.
even with just with as much as she has.
Yeah. Yeah. So just not quite right. They had gold and they squandered it. It's too bad.
Yeah. My backup, and again, there's a reason he didn't make the final,
Hmm.
was LeVar Burton, because I think he's sort of
Yeah.
forgotten about in
Hmm. In the
Death Takes
long
a
cut,
Dive.
he has a better edit and more to do,
Better,
but
but he just sort of
it's still
drops
not
still.
enough. Yeah.
And that is always going to be extra frustrating when it's
Hmm.
a marginalized character. It's always going to be frustrating. So I wanted to at least acknowledge the fact that
Yeah.
I saw an attempt,
Hmm.
but ultimately a drop. And while yes, we
Right.
do absolutely get black actor representation through John Amos and
Sure.
our fighter character,
Hmm.
so that's not the end all, but it's such a squandering
It is.
opportunity, which just sort of drops off. And it's especially frustrating in the shortcut because he doesn't even get the resolution scene.
His
It's mentioned by
girlfriend,
the girlfriend
ugh,
does. Yeah.
who is also like, frankly, not a great character.
She's not. She's actually another one who's kind of a nag.
This is a new category that we put in this year, and I'm kind of glad we did because I hate when people are underused. We say like give them more to do. They have nothing to do. I would have put
Yeah.
someone like Esther Roll in this category before in
Mm,
Reflections of the Mind, who just
hmm.
plays like a simple housekeeper when Esther Roll can carry much more in a scene. And so
Yeah.
that's sort of the motivation for this category. But our next category is victim who didn't deserve to go.
Yeah. So this next set, so these are so we've had some character driven ones. And this is
Hmm.
still character driven, but this whole next segment of series in a row
Hmm.
really have to do with
The
murders.
murders. Yep. We're
Yeah.
finishing big. We're finishing with the goods, the murders. And
Victor
I get
didn't
to
deserve
go
to go. You get to go first.
first. I it
Who do you
almost
feel
feels too
worst about?
obvious. I think Artie Johnson in No Laughing Murder did not deserve to go. And the way he went, ugh. He couldn't just be strangled in his room and let that be enough. He had to have his body dragged to the closet and hung from the rafters in the ceiling. Please.
Which closet?
Which storage closet? He didn't deserve, and he was such a sweetie,
Yeah,
and he
that's a
was
sweet little
just
man.
trying to do the right thing. He even gave George Firth the opportunity when he confronted him to make it right. So he did everything ethical, good, decent. He cared about the people he worked with. Everybody loved him. And then
He had to
because
go.
he just got in the way, he knew too much. So sad. So sad.
Yep. Well, he was my thought as well.
Yeah.
He is again as he is sort of the obvious one.
Hmm.
Uh, so I'm going to go with my backup choice, which I'm still very delighted to mention, which is the annoying drunk girl in Dead Man's Gold.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, Alex.
I didn't even remember her name, and I didn't go looking because she'll just be annoying drunk girl. It is rare that an annoying character doesn't deserve it,
Yeah,
and she didn't.
she
It wasn't
didn't.
her fault, and I think that that is fun. I like that. I like that. I like
Hmm.
that. Very often, especially in the Who Wouldn'ts, it's the whole point is this odious character. And
Yeah,
while she's annoying, like she's also ridiculous because she gets drunk off half a
ridiculous.
glass of champagne.
Looking
Um,
fabulous, by the way.
looking fabulous, by the way.
She's rude in
And
Jessica's
then
house.
and is tossed out of the car, doesn't get the or does she demand to leave? I forget.
She's like manhandled out the door.
She's stumbling in the street. She calls who she thinks is kind of a frenemy, who then beats the shit out of her with a tire
With the
iron.
fucking tire iron.
It's
What a
and
grisly
then
way to go.
I
And
know,
she
I
wasn't
know.
wrong because she said this is dangerous.
Yeah,
We are now who's doing this because we're all at risk of dying until we figure
yeah.
this out. So she was right. She was annoying as fuck, but she was right. And she wasn't
No,
doing anything wrong or illegal or unethical. She was a
no.
bitch,
She
but
was a pain in the ass. She was a pain in the.
yeah,
No, she wasn't even really a bitch. She was just a pain in
yeah,
the
she's
ass.
just a
Like she
pain in
was
the ass.
just.
Like, girl, shut up, calm down.
She was by no means less damaging than the murderer.
Right.
So it was just sort of like, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, she deserved that. I don't know if she deserved
Hmm.
that. And that is the category. So I
Right.
don't think she deserved that.
She didn't deserve it. Yep. I had our
I didn't lose any
spy.
sleep that she's gone, but
No, I just want the look, honestly. Where did that go in her will? Can I have it, please? I also had our spy in One Right Rose.
He knew the risks.
He did. I mean, that's why it's like you kind of sign
Yeah,
up for it, right?
yeah,
But also Simon in Simon Says Color Me Dead, like he wasn't even intended to be killed, right? It was an accidental
yeah,
murder. He didn't deserve to go.
yeah. I didn't lose any sleep over him either.
Fair. His pompous dinner speech. Jesus. Next
Stringing
up.
Ann Dusenberry along.
How dare he to our dear
I know.
Anne?
We still don't know if that was all in her head or not. I love
I
how
know.
up in the air
It's
that is. I
so
love it.
ambiguous. It's the best. Well,
Um,
as we have victims who don't deserve it, we do have some who do.
oh yeah, these are the people who died, and uh, we don't need
They
to
earned
advocate
it.
for their murder because somebody else did it for us.
Yeah.
I mean, he's odious again, odious. There we go.
Hmm.
That's what we want. I went with the professor from Minor Key,
Hey, good. That was my second
George Grizzard.
choice.
George Grizzard.
Yes.
He has no redeeming qualities. He still seems human. He still seems like he doesn't seem like a fictional
Hmm.
character. He is a an opportunist douchebag who clearly is there's a lot going on. I think the only thing we're missing is an affair,
Yeah.
actually. Usually they would have tossed that in for for him. And he's another one who is so against type because we see him as the sweetheart Jamie and then George in Golden Girls as Blanche's brother-in-law and then her
Right.
deceased husband. But we also saw him as an opportunistic kind of dweeb in the archaeology episode.
Yeah.
Here, he is
Little
ratcheted up
fop. Yeah. Oh no, he's nasty
and
here.
good for his wife.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Tyler was my problem.
and
I mean,
again, he's another one of who wouldn't.
yeah,
All of them, it all made sense.
it's a great one where every suspect felt viable because he was terrible to all of them, including our Mike, who was taken in for being in the
Mhm.
room when the body was found. Like, frankly, if I were Mike, I might have considered it too.
Oh, another contender for Dreamy Gentleman as well.
Yeah, our little gay
So,
best friend.
who are you happiest to see?
You know what? Barry Williams in Night of the Headless Horseman really
He's my
had it
second
coming.
choice.
He was a
Yeah,
despicable man. He reminded
yeah.
me of the douchebag in Powder Keg who got it coming to him, right?
Uh-huh.
He he was responsible for the Swede's daughter's death.
Hmm.
He took her necklace, flaunted in front of the man who
Loved her.
loved her, and Dorian, is that
Hmm.
our
Dorian is.
nerdy Ichabod replacement stand-in? He was just a dick, running by, scaring him as if he's the headless horseman for fun. What a
Hmm.
dick! Just because he liked the same gal that he liked. I mean, he really is gross. And frankly, his end, getting decapitated, he had it
Oh
coming.
well.
It's
Oh
like he
well.
laid the work for it.
Yeah, he kind of like
He kind
gave
of
the hint
wrote his
as
own
to
death,
how
right?
he should be. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, get too cocky.
It was a little on the nose, frankly.
Yeah. But as gorgeous as he was, happy to see him go. Many
Yeah.
people could have killed him and it would have been just fine. Even the administrator at the school who was just trying to do her job and he's like, you're not gonna threaten me, bitch.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's a great performance though. He's really good in it. And what I like about it
God,
is that
so good against
oh
type
good.
too.
Uh-huh.
I love
Because he
that shit.
doesn't
That's what.
seem he
Yeah.
doesn't seem
Sure.
one-dimensional, right?
Mm-mm.
He's not like just a generic mean guy. He's actually
Hmm.
smart and crafty and sly and
Hmm.
manipulative. Yeah. Frankly, he's smarter and more capable than our powder keg victim, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And I know I don't know if we even really addressed it. I appreciate how flawed even Dorian is
Yeah.
because he's still vaguely misogynistic. He clearly
Hmm.
drinks too much. He's very full of himself, and he got Jessica there under duplicitous circumstances.
Right.
What a tool. But he's
Yeah.
not mean. And cruelty. gives you that edge to be like, well, fuck that guy.
Exactly.
I understand why he was hard to resist in certain regards.
Yeah. So we're right on the same page. We had the same two.
We did.
We don't have a lot of duplicates this time around.
No, I don't know if you made any adjustments as you've gone?
Not based on your choices. No.
Okay.
Only my own like I don't know what to choose.
Mm.
So I'll switch one out at the last minute.
Well, this is a heavy hitter category. This is the best character
And we get to
of
pick
the
two
season.
each. We get to
We
pick
do. So
two.
I
We'll
think
go
we're
back and
allowed
forth.
duplicates in this one.
That feels fair because I feel like we might have the same options.
Well, you get to
My
go first, so
I do, and there's no other character that I would pick before Kate Mulgrew in
ah,
The Corpse Flew
yes,
First Class.
indeed.
I think it is one of the best performances of the series so far.
Yeah,
She's such an interesting paradox, right?
yeah.
She's the murderer. She's a scorned woman. She's a public figure. She's charming and people like her. She takes advantage of a moment and she almost gets away with it. She looks fabulous. She has incredible presence on screen. I mean, there's a reason on IMDb that it's her face on the corpse food first class and not Jessica's, right? She is
Yeah.
delicious in the part. So she is my first pick for the best character of the season. Victor Devon, who do you choose?
She was also my first choice. Um,
Yeah.
and I will allow her to stay my first choice because
Yep.
that feels right for me still. There's a reason that for a show that's occasionally viewed as very frothy or silly or what have you, that
Hmm.
she rings so dramatically viable in it because she does. I mean, Kate Mulgrew plays things with relish. She's a little much in Voyager. She's a little much in Thermometer from the Train. She's a little much in Orange is the New Black. She's just a
Hmm.
little much. She
Yeah.
because she talks like Catherine Hepburn and she talks a little a little grander than we're used to. It is not a
She's an
grounded
old screen
performance.
star quality to her,
Right,
right? Like
right. But
affected.
the reason that works so perfectly for her role in this and in her future Murder She Wrote role where she plays the soap opera star is because she's not grounded. She doesn't
No.
belong in the real world. And she was so certain she would get away with this because why wouldn't she?
Yeah.
Is it somewhat reductive for her solution to being jilted to be murder? Yeah.
A little bit.
But because she's because that's our palette, right? It's Murder She
Yeah.
Wrote. If
Yeah.
this wasn't Murder She Wrote and this was, I don't know, King of Queens, then perhaps it would have been a
Right.
different mode of transportation,
Right.
so to speak. But I think she's so complete.
Hmm.
I believe her. I see the moment before, I see the moment after. I want more of her. I want to
All
see
the
more of
time.
her.
Yeah.
It's such a strong,
It's a
committed performance.
yeah, it's a beautifully crafted and written part, and then to cast someone who can carry it and actually augment it and make it better than what's on the page, that's what's happening there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just outstanding.
Well, outstanding.
Yeah. I mean, so
Emmy,
best character number two, why don't you take the first shot here?
I chose Maggie from Stage Struck.
Oh,
Maggie Tarot.
Maggie Taro.
Um,
Maggie Taro played by
Eleanor Parker. Again, this is a role that very easily could have gone hysterical or one
yeah.
note. There again, there isn't a choice made in her voice and her presence that is over the top.
Hmm.
But it is grounded over the top. It still belongs in this universe. She's
Yeah.
not speaking to the rafters, but she's way out of her element, way out of her element. And it's because similarly to Kate Mulgrew in Corpse, it's the limitations of the mundane that get in her way. If she
Mm.
was just allowed to be fabulous, there would be no problem.
True.
And unfortunately, what is unfabulous, which is clearly a woman who they don't outright say it, but I believe she was an alcoholic. I believe she shows all the signs of that.
Sure.
She also is high strung. She's gorgeous. She's a beautiful woman, but she's
Yeah.
not a Joan Collins.
No.
She's not a femme fatale or clearly an actress who has refashioned herself
Right.
for the present day. She's
Sh-
old fashioned,
she is from that time. She
right?
reads
And she
as
hasn't
yeah.
been able. There's a reason that she's so contrasting with Barbara Bennington, who seems contemporary, who
Hmm.
is believable as a contemporary
Right.
actress. There's a reason she's doing Noel Coward-esque roles. There's a
Hmm.
reason that there's this, and she almost doesn't know how to behave off stage differently. She's like when at the press conference, she's putting on airs. When she's talking to the stage manager in a huff, she's putting on airs. When
Yeah.
she's talking to Julian, he's technically putting on airs, and she gets softer when she
Hmm.
admits, "But I have to work and I need to do
Julian.
this."
Julian. Yeah.
Yeah, she's so much.
Hmm.
And in lesser hands, I believe she would be, and I could also understand if to some individuals she is annoying, or if she is, but I identify with her. I see truth in her, and I see a woman teetering on the verge of a nervous breakdown in a very similar way as Rita Bristol in Broadway Malady,
Yeah. Yeah.
but with less self-awareness.
Yes. She's
She
more
hasn't
vulnerable.
yet.
She's a little more fragile.
Mhm.
Yeah.
She hasn't done the work yet
Right.
to figure shit out. And by the end of the episode, she is the most damaged
Poor thing,
because
right?
she's lost the love of her life who killed someone to protect her. She's not going to Broadway.
Nope.
She's not really dating that young hottie.
Nope.
And she still has this son somewhere in the world that she still feels massive guilt about that now the world will find out about.
Simply because it's been a detail in this murder plot, it will be
Mhm.
public knowledge now. And so she
Now
is
it's discovery
tarnished. Yeah, she really got a bad draw, didn't she, in this circumstance?
fully,
All she did was show up and want to do some work.
fully.
That's it. And she
So
plays it
she is
really
the most
elegantly,
screwed.
really beautifully. Yeah, she's
Yep.
great. She's
Yep.
she's wonderful. Yeah.
I'd love to know what happened next. So again, I
Yeah.
find that to be a true strength of the character. If I'm satisfied, that can also be a
Yeah.
plus because you gave me everything I needed.
Hmm.
But if I
But that
want
would be a nice
more,
epilogue. That would be a nice epilogue. Yeah. Her life, like the challenges in her life are just
mhm,
starting, right?
a deceptively complicated character,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I
And she is
I
like
I
people
stand
that
for
we
it.
see in theater. She is very much a real person. And if you've worked in theater, whether it's community, professional, whatever, she is one
Right.
of the personalities.
And if you don't recognize it, she's you.
Ooh, look in the mirror,
So
baby.
check it. Check it.
It's true.
But I think she's such an interesting contrast to Kate Mulgrew, who
Yeah.
is so calculated and so prepared,
Hmm.
so much younger, and still has the entire
Yeah.
rug thrown out from under her because of circumstances outside of her control.
Right.
These two women play deceptively complicated characters, or deceptively simple that are actually
Hmm.
quite complicated characters, and do it with such plum.
Yeah.
So well done
Yeah.
to both of them. So,
Totally. Absolutely.
but it is interesting that I kept calling her Kate Mulgrew and not her character name, which is Sunny.
Sunny,
And it is
yeah.
interesting that I kept calling Maggie instead of her actress name, which is Eleanor Parker.
What is
What
that,
can I
right?
say? What can
Yeah.
I say?
There's something to that. And
Because
and
that's how
it's
I
it's
think
what
of
we
Kate
said.
Mulgrew.
Well, and it's what we said about Kate Mulgrew. She has like an extra quality about her that makes her a star, right?
Mm,
She is Kate Mulgrew, and she's a chameleon, obviously. She shows up and does all this, but in Orange is the New Black, she is extra. In here, she
Yeah.
is extra. There's more to it than just a character written on a page. While I think Eleanor Parker as Maggie Taro, she's very beautifully playing a well-written part. Does that make sense?
I do.
I
I
think
do.
that's how I would see it anyway.
I do.
Uh,
And a role, again, both roles that could have really sucked
yeah,
if they
yeah.
weren't given the proper due.
Particularly the Maggie Taro role. I think that role has the most potential and the most pitfalls for being
Mhm.
silly.
But the character deserved the dignity that
Yeah.
they ended up getting.
And she showed
So,
up and she did the work. Yeah.
who's your second choice?
It's Leslie Nielsen as David in Dead Man's Gold. We kind of talked about him already at length, and I just think he's outstanding. He carries scenes so easily, and I think that's what does it for me. He seems so at ease, and he's playing such a complex character that would be also very easy for an actor to get wrong. And it would be like they would overplay the secrets. They would overplay the mystery. They would overplay sort of the foreboding quality of David. He doesn't. We understand why Jessica and all of her fortitude and her strength goes weak in the knees here. He makes me go
Mhm.
weak in the knees. He is
Mhm.
so dreamy and dangerous. And we're
That's
never really
charisma, baby.
it's charisma.
That's
This is how people who are like this become powerful in the world, right? Because they are like David.
yeah. Can you imagine if he had money? Oh,
Oh,
he would be the worst. He'd be the
literally
most dangerous person in the world.
unstoppable. Like
Yeah.
Antichrist territory, right? He really has that kind of charm and power. He overpowers her. We
Mhm.
don't get to see Jessica. We were talking about the scene with Jessica Walter, how Jessica Fletcher is in charge, even though she has a gun pointed at her. In here, a whisper in the ear, and she loses her power. And it's
Mhm.
so exciting to see that. And I love the way Angela Lansbury plays it with him. I think they're so well matched. And it's fun to see her destabilized. He's so good. He's so good in this part. He was almost my number one favorite character, almost my first choice, but
Well, we get to. Well, you know what? We get to.
woohoo! And where there's a best, there's a
There's a
worst.
worst. We also get to for this.
I love this.
Um. Okay. So I talked about it because it was our most recent episode. I find him to be one of the most irritating human beings in all of Murder, She Wrote, and that is
Uh-huh.
Faraday. That's Faraday in Murder, She Spoke. He is
Absolutely.
the police officer who not just discredits Jessica, because we've seen it, but he attempts to demoralize and dismiss in such an aggressively
Hmm.
misogynistic way.
Yeah.
Props to the actor because he hit the assignment. I'm sure that's the way the character is written, but that
Hmm.
character sucks. And I hate him.
He
I don't
sucks.
like him. And unfortunately, he doesn't die. And when the most annoying characters don't die and we're
Yeah.
stuck with them, it's worse. So yeah, I got to give it to Faraday. Do we get great Jessica moments because of him? Yes, we do. But if I
He's
were
a good
ever to have to spend
foil.
a yeah, if I ever had to, I mean, he's nearly the worst Watson, but almost a better Watson in that he pushes her to actually, because he's not a Watson, he's actually not a collaborator
Hmm.
almost at all. Uh,
We see
Fuck
him
him.
test her manipulation skills, right? And how she speaks to
Mm.
people. Because you can see her biting her tongue constantly in that episode.
Leave it to a woman, find
Has
nail
to
polish.
figure it out. She has to figure out how to operate here. And so she kind of tests him, or he tests her and makes her better. So in that way, I kind of appreciate him. And that's what the writing is doing there. It's one of the
Mm.
better pieces of writing in that episode, which, as we know, is all over the place.
He's my first pick. Who's your
Number
first pick?
one. My number one pick is Take 2K in Deadline for Murder.
Just awful.
Just awful. And not just like a bad character, but not well acted either.
No, she's just bad in it.
She's
She's
so
just bad in
uninteresting.
it.
She's the bright shiny thing that everybody's sort of talking about. Oh, who are her parents? I don't give a
Why?
rat's ass about Kay. Fuck off, Kay. You suck.
Oh my God.
I know
Well,
it's a little
th There goes our
Yeah,
listenership. I'm sorry, Kay.
little
I'm sure you're
passionate.
lovely. Uh, yeah,
No, I think it's a
it's
poorly written character. I think we're supposed to care about her, and unfortunately, the writing does not deliver in that way. And I shouldn't be so disparaging about the performance because I really think the writing is doing and editing are doing the bad things for her.
well, true. She's also flat as hell.
She's flat, yeah.
Her delivery is awful. But my follow-up are the sheriffs in Cemetery Vote. I'm going to
That's
treat them
great.
as a package.
I'm
I'm
doing a
going to treat them
package for my
as
second too, so you go for
good
it. Yeah.
because I mean, they're working in tandem, and we find out actually that they're actually not, which is interesting. Interesting.
Hmm.
But they're awful human beings, and neither of them die. While they get comeuppance to a certain degree, cool, that's great. They're also dismissive of Jessica. They're dismissive of victims in the storyline. They
Yeah.
are very clearly written as the bad guys, and they're not, in my estimation, fun bad guys.
No, they're
So
icky.
sexy as Barry Williams is, we can recognize he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Our younger sheriff deputy, I think it overshadows how sexy he is. So it actually does not come out well for him, as sexy as he is, or sexy as he's capable as he could be.
Yeah.
And our older sheriff is everything that's wrong with our justice system. So, well,
Yeah.
not everything, but a substantial portion of what's wrong with our justice system. If they had thrown race in, then we would be in powder cake situation, but it's a very similar situation.
Yeah.
It's when the worst people in town get positions of power.
Yeah. They're
Sucks.
awful. They're just
They're
awful.
awful.
And we think Yates is the really dangerous one, and it turns out Wayne is actually the more dangerous
Turns
one.
out
Yeah.
Wayne bastards.
Bastards.
So who's
Uh
your double?
I'm going for, well, it's a package. I'm going for the
Mm.
Suns in Crossed Up
Fair enough.
because they're all awful. They're not interesting either. I think we had kind of different takes on worst character of the season. The ones you chosen have been very like well acted or interesting characters who were just the worst. I
Yeah,
chose characters who are so nothing that they committed an
yeah,
even worse crime than
sure.
being bad. They're just not interesting. And the Suns and Crossed Up, they are just a means to an end. We don't know their name. We don't really need to know their names. They
We
all
don't.
talk about milk toast, right? These guys are so dull. None of them has any impactful scene in the episode, even though they turn out to be responsible for the death of, I mean, partly, right? We know that Colin Camp is the one who's pulling the trigger, figuratively, but
Well, do we? We don't necessarily know
we don't know
that
about the
she's the
father,
one. Yeah, we don't. We actually don't end that episode knowing which character shot the father,
right?
but we do know that she had to be the one who killed Gorsi.
I believe that's right. Yeah. And so that also annoys me. It annoys me that their role in it is so ambiguous. So even from a writer's perspective, I'm like, this is the
Oh,
worst. We couldn't
and
do
she had
more
to do
with these
something because they
suspects.
wouldn't do anything. She had to be the one to
Honestly,
actually do it.
I
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
I seriously can't even remember what two of them look like. And it makes me wonder
yeah.
why? Why
I kept thinking
necessary?
that there were only two, but there's actually three of them.
There's three.
Yeah,
There's three.
yeah,
There's the one that was hooking up with the tart. There was the one who's allergic with the raspy voice. There's the other one who's
yeah,
looking for the
yeah. It
journal,
was in
right?
the yeah,
I don't care. I don't care.
yeah.
And
Held them all.
for them to be the three prime suspects, obviously with Colleen Camp, who sort of shows up as a bit of a surprise at the end as being one of the guilty parties, for them to be the three suspects and we get shit from them, worst. Give me anything. Give me anything. No. I think this is a failure in the writing realm. And this is why Crossed Up is not one of my favorite episodes. I
Right.
think Crossed Up has so much potential, and I think it's
It's
really
not
beloved.
technically one of my favorite either. It's just my favorite
Right.
of the Catacombs.
True, true. Um, So that's why I chose the Sons and Cross Up as my worst characters of the season.
Yeah. Okay, but you get to lead us on the next one, which is the
Oh, I
most
do.
maddening episode, which might simply be the last bit of it. But the episode as a full is marred perhaps by the fact, or improved upon. Who knows? Maybe you enjoy being
Maybe.
mad.
I think this might be of a surprise. I think that Days Dwindle Down leaves me so frustrated.
I'm surprised if you listened to that episode.
I
I knew
know that's
exactly
true.
that was going to be the one you were going to pick.
Did you really? Yes.
I did,
I, I,
absolutely. I knew that was going to be the one you picked. It was that one or Unfinished Business, but I knew it had
right.
to be. I knew it
Right.
had to be that one.
Days Dwindle Down has so much potential because of the devices they're using and the production choices. I think really cool ideas and done really well. The flashback sequences with Strange Bargain are so clever. Our June Havoc role is so delicious. But then at the end to find out that this guy, everybody is in a living hell. Everybody has been in a living hell for years. And that living hell kind of just continues for all of them. I'm like, what? What? And maybe what's frustrating about it is that when I watch my Murder, She Wrote and I watch my TV and I see something like the cemetery vote and all the bad guys get rounded up and carted away to state prison, I feel
Yeah,
satisfied. I feel a
that is
sense of
satisfying.
conclusion and catharsis, and I don't feel that here. I I'm mad at what's the son's name? Is it Simon? No, that's not Simon. I don't even remember his name. I'm mad at him. I'm
Yeah.
mad that he sits there with his stoic face, and even though he's not saying anything much, he justifies his choice to let a man rot in prison for murder that he didn't commit, just to save his mother, who would have gotten off. It just
Yeah.
makes me so angry, and I don't like watching the episode. Like my blood boils. I want the and then for our rotting in prison for 30 years for him to say like, no, let's just let it be. Let's just let it
So
be.
zen. So
What?
zen. Yeah.
You don't
He
want your name
just wanted the
cleared?
vindication. He just wanted it. Yeah.
And maybe it's because maybe I'm projecting things on him and I think like if I were in that situation, I would want everybody high and low to know that I didn't fucking kill anybody. And for him to just sort of be resigned, well, this does it for me. That's enough for me. I don't think so. I don't think so. This son of a bitch has been sitting there with his mother in a home knowing that he put an innocent man away in jail so that they could collect some insurance money. I hate it. I hate it so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you?
Yeah. I chose Death Stalks the Big Top Part 2 as the most
Uh,
maddening ending. Not the confession scene, which is bonkers, but
bonkers.
specifically that Carl Schumann is an awful human being.
Yes.
He abandoned his family. He lives at the circus. And you know what? You know what? Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. But then stay gone. Stay gone.
Yeah.
Him sending his granddaughter a leprechaun, which sort of spiraled everything out of control, is all his fault.
Yeah.
Um,
It
Commit.
fucks with
You got
their
to commit to the
lives.
bit. Commit with the bit. And then the ending, very abruptly ending. It almost ends in the middle of Jessica's sentence. We could talk to the new owner. What are we doing here? Who owns the circus? Are you saying he should invest it? Also, why is he talking to his former? Why is he talking to his son-in-law? He doesn't want to talk to his daughter. That's his daughter. What are we doing? What's going
Yeah.
on? Are we
Yeah.
getting married now? It's for a two-parter. For the ending to be rushed like that is so weird to me.
Mm.
That it's to have the satisfaction of the Google Gobble Freaks ending of with no Miss Fletcher to go into okay, yeah, we'll have the little happy moment with Courtney Cox and her grandfather. Okay, she loves him. Okay, fine. I don't know how they maneuvered that. Okay. Um, and did he just leave right after? Why is he dressed for the wedding? He's in a suit. Is he staying? Is he sitting in the back with the caterers? What are we doing? And then to have this cap scene where we find out where the son-in-law finds out that his father-in-law is still alive. His shrew of a wife is making sure that he says hello to the senator because they have things to they have an affluence to keep up.
Hmm.
What are we doing? It's
What are we
so
doing?
frustrating. So that's why. Death Stalks a Big Top ends on such a what the fuck for me. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. That's my ending. By sheer virtue of a lot going on, I also have to give some credit to Unfinished Business.
Yeah. And it ends,
But
the confession in that episode is within the last 90 seconds of film time.
uh-huh. It ends with his face, not Jessica's.
Yeah.
And that never happens. That almost never happens.
Yeah.
But I think because an entire episode is a train ride gone awry,
Hmm.
it's like, okay,
Yeah.
there are two potentially satisfying conclusions in Big Top, and they end it on the what? Talk to the new odor. So I guess he is still
Well,
there. What,
I
is he
think
going to just continue this life?
they want us to be happy with those devices, right? In that
Yes.
epilogue scene. They want us to be like, "Oh, look, everything's turning out better than we expected." No, it's so nonsense. This guy has fucked with his granddaughter's life, and now he's just like around, but not. You don't get to do that.
There's
Make a damn choice.
fucking
Anyway.
leprechaun. Did you have a backup or another one that also you were considering?
Stage struck where they arrest the innocent guy and nobody says anything, including Jessica,
Oh,
while he's carted off
oh,
to prison.
he'll get out.
I know, but can you imagine the trauma that guy's going to go through being like carted away for murder? And then
Mm.
later she's going to say, "Oh, yeah, I knew you weren't guilty. I just had something else to do first."
Well,
That
she
drives
didn't
me
have any
crazy.
say in that matter.
Well,
The police officer wasn't paying any attention. That wasn't Jessica's fault. That was all him. That was all him. I feel you though. I feel you.
what about you?
Uh
You said unfinished
no,
business. Yeah.
yeah, just those that was basically yeah. I mean, to a certain degree, I could see how a number of episodes could be maddening because this season does not dwell on happy endings for all. Not that it necessarily always did or frequently does, but some of them, like there is a wake of destruction. Like Headless Horseman is a wake of destruction. Obituary for a Dead Anchor is a wake of destruction.
Hmm.
Simon Says is a wake of destruction. No one's happy at the end of that one.
Nope.
Everyone's sad. So I mean,
Lives
but those aren't
ruined.
maddening. Those aren't really
Right.
maddening.
No, that feels
Um,
poetic and very lifelike, right? Like how
yeah,
one event can sort of upend the
yeah,
lives of many. These that we've talked about are maddening.
yeah. They
Maddening.
live in our brains and they make us.
Yeah.
Ugh, yeah,
Skin crawl.
yeah, yeah. Are happy endings in theory. Are
Yeah.
happy endings.
Yeah. Not for us.
Not for us. All right, our next category is most upsetting murder.
Hmm.
I get to go first.
You do.
I'm gonna go with the annoying drunk girl again.
Oh,
Getting bashed in the head with a tire iron.
terrible.
Bludgeoning
Oh,
murders are always going to be a little harder.
yeah.
They're always going to be a little harder because they are so hands-on.
Poor
Um,
Marta
yeah, yeah. I mean, that was
in
fists too.
capital
That was rough
offense.
too.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
That has still lived with us. We've mentioned it
I
every
know.
postmortem. So, I mean, as murders go, there's some gruesome ones, but
Hmm.
I think co-opted with the fact that I don't, I'm not thrilled with the motivation. I know we'll get to motivation in a minute, and I think the victim is not as deserving. I'm gonna go with that one. That's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah. I think I had a hard time choosing between a few here, but I think because I have a particular aversion to this way of murder,
Mm.
or not even murder, but just the whole setup of it all. I think Artie in No Laughing Murder,
Oh yeah,
the hanging, every time I see a hanging body, it just feels
yeah.
so insidious.
A hanging dead body at that too.
I know to like
Yeah.
to steal that poor dying man of his dignity and death even. Like you could have just left him strangled in his room, but no, you had to create a show of it and make
Yeah.
him look weak or something or like or
Mhm.
try to discredit
Blame
his
him. Blame
blame
him.
him for his own death, right? Something about it is like and from a character like
And
George
then
Fitz,
blame Buddy Hackett on top of
right.
it.
Right.
Because then you're saying I killed myself because of you, Buddy Hackett. Like
Yeah.
that's
And on top of it, we see his fucking blue face
I
with the
know.
rope
That's
wrapped
rough.
around it.
That's
We don't
rough.
need to, we did not see Elvira Tree's face when she was hanging from a tree, but
We
we
did
get to
not.
see Artie's face. It's just ick. No wonder Cherie North is so unsettled when she walks in there in that beautiful pink sweater. She looks so good. She looks so good.
I like how you're able to make fun. Um, an honorable mention, obviously, Horseman.
Yep,
Uh,
that was on my honorable
decap
list too.
decapitation is a strong one. I think what makes that one additionally rough is that he decapitated a dead body.
Yeah.
He went back and did all this shit, and
Hmm.
then undressed, redressed. Like there's that whole situation. Like Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah. It's like powder
Um,
keg. Shoot him and then hack the
Stab him
body open
repeatedly.
to get the
Yeah.
bullet out. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. That's
Sometimes
on the
it's the
list
things that they
of
do after
overkill.
they're dead. Yeah. Overkill. That's a good way of recategorizing this here. I like that.
Uh,
Okay. Next category. Most
mm,
incongruous batshit murder. What are we doing here? What's
what
happening
are we
here?
doing here?
I
What's up?
It's got to be Murder She Spoke. It's
That was
just
my
like,
list too.
what the
That was
hell
on
is
my
going on here?
list.
This guy
Yeah.
has been planning for months and months to turn off a breaker at a certain time when a blind man is by the water fountain taking his pill. He's going to put on his night vision goggles or helmet, rush through, kill the guy. He's also prepared a tape to play on the phone with this guy. How does he know he's going to be on the phone with this guy when this happens? I don't get it. For what reason? Because he's
Yeah.
bootlegging.
Yeah.
It's so all over the place. No one would ever do this. It feels like the writers got ahead of themselves and were like, what if this? And then we do that. And then how about this person's
Uh-huh.
over here? And what
Won't
about
that be
that over
cool?
there? Let's make him blind
Yeah.
and let's please. He stole a knife from a barbecue in preparation for this.
I
This
forgot
guy
that.
has too much
And then
time
she hid them in the dryer.
in the
Yeah. To the and this is one and this is the other thing too. This is one guy. If this had
Yes.
been a collaboration, we could possibly see some
Right.
threads. This is one guy
Totally.
who
Give me a
thought to
scream.
steal a steak
Mhm.
knife.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Nuts.
Bonkers.
What does he do at night?
I know.
What does he
Uh,
do?
that was in fact my select for bootlegs over bootlegs.
Bootlegs.
Um,
Was that
fucking
your
Charlie
first choice?
Daniels. What was that?
Was that your first choice?
It was my first choice.
Yeah.
I will. I'll take another though. I'll go ahead with. I mean, I'll go with Dead Man's Gold again.
Dead Man's Gold.
It's incongruous. It's batshit. What are we doing here? Why did you have to hit her with a tire iron because you didn't feel you were being taken seriously enough?
Oh, jeez, yeah.
It's so stupid and petty.
It is petty.
There's no gravitas
Hmm.
uh or even dignity in the confession.
Well, then
So
she goes, she drives the car, and then she takes a crowbar, wraps her jacket in it, beats it up in a way that would never happen. If she
no.
hit a body,
And then
that's
she has to
never
pick
what it
up
would look
every
like.
single piece of that taillight to then put back at the scene.
What are we
Uh
doing here? What are
yeah.
we doing here?
I mean, that's it. So that, yeah, I have to go
Yeah.
with incongruous. So it's actually less that the murder I find incongruous and more of the methodology behind it
Yeah.
and the whole practice of it.
Hmm.
And I love that she's like, I couldn't just hit her with my car. What if she survived?
Oh my God. Oh my God, Susan. You're sick. She's truly a sociopath.
So, yeah, I'll give it to Dead Man's Gold, but I
That's
think we
good.
both know the true answer is murder, she spoke.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We like to spread the wealth here, though, so that's good.
Well, because incongruous is one direction, we could also go with inventive and elaborate, which is our next two categories.
Hmm.
The inventive, I think we're going more in the writing direction, right? We're
I think
saying
so, yeah.
that
Like this was cool. This
and
really delivered for
successful
us. Yeah.
in that regard.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm gonna go with bottom line is murder.
Ah,
I've hemmed and hawed because actually I wasn't sure if this was elaborate either because there is a great deal of labor involved in this. But it is inventive in that technically he didn't plan to kill that guy.
no.
He meant to
Actually,
kill
yeah,
somebody else entirely. So I kind of find it, that's inventive. That's okay.
yeah, yeah,
So you killed this guy, and then you switch out the chairs, and you don't pay attention to all the details because you didn't really pay attention to all the details. But you know what? That's not your fault. You were thinking on your feet.
right.
Um, and the fact that we're trying to solve the death of someone that no one really liked
Yeah.
to find out that it was an accident, I
Hmm.
think is neat. I actually
It
that's
is.
clever. That's clever
Yeah,
writing.
yeah.
So you can't accurately who wouldn't it because no
Hmm.
one meant to.
Right, right. It was
So
one
you
of
know
my
what?
honorable mentions. I think it was
That's
really
my
cleverly written. The clues are wonderful, right? The cigar ash in the tray that Bert calls attention to,
mm-hmm.
the chairs,
Yeah,
obviously, the tea stain. I think it's what we want, and it's at a high level here.
yeah,
It's writing at the high
yeah.
level when it comes to the murder plot itself.
So yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. I'm gonna go with that one.
Excellent, excellent. I chose The Corpse Flew First Class because of the misdirect, because we think it's one criminal committing the theft and the murder, and it turns out not to be.
And it
And I
can't
think
be.
it can't be.
Yeah.
And I love that there's this sort of magic moment where these two crimes connect and intersect on this flight that sort of lets them happen the way they do, right? Because
Mhm.
the theft could have happened independently. The murder could have happened independently, but them happening at the same time created utter chaos in an enclosed space where we really don't know what to do. And I love
Mhm.
that at the end when our thief, with his accomplice Errol, confesses to the murder. It's like, this is
Mhm.
too easy. We know this is not it because they think they're going to get away with it. And it's one of the most exciting few moments, the last few minutes on the plane where like, Jessica, you got to take your seat. I need to do this. I need to get in touch with Yard immediately because I think I figured this shit out. It's so satisfying. It reminds me very much of our trial by jury episode of Murder She Wrote, where we get like
Mhm.
a real switch of events at the end that changes our perspective on everything. I love that. I think it's so beautiful. I think it's why the episode is so successful, is because the murder itself, not just the characters in the episode are excellent, but the murder itself is top tier, top notch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's good
good.
stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, to that end, we could argue a lot of the same stuff for most elaborate,
truly.
but did something really hit elaborate for you?
Yeah, actually. Uh,
Which,
so I tried to frame this for myself as this took a lot of planning or on the spot ingenuity and work by our killer. So this person, similarly to Murder She Spoke, but something about the batshitness of it, like the motive is terrible, and this guy went through a lot to figure this out. In this case, I chose corned beef and carnage
nicely done.
because
As did I.
did you really? Yes. It, because the murder makes sense, the motive makes sense here, but this guy had to do a lot to make this happen, right? He
Yeah.
had to have dinner with somebody else, and at the moment that they took a breather so that the other guy could take a call, he has to go put a disguise on, a mustache, a beanie, a coat. He has a ready-to-go cooler with a sandwich in it. He has to know that the victim would
That
have
was
ordered
ordered.
a sandwich. I mean, he had to be this guy obsessed over this because his
Yeah.
life was sort of ruined, and it wasn't even really ruined. He just was sitting around with nothing to do. But I can see in this case, his reputation and his integrity were compromised by this victim, right? So it makes a little
Yeah.
more sense motive-wise. This is a crime of passion. This is a crime of like, I hate you so much for what you're doing to me. I'm going to make you pay for it. And the poetic nature of how he takes the award on his desk and stabs him with it. This guy needed to do this. right? He would not have rested until he delivered the perfect murder this way. So that's where I think the elaborate nature of the murder is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And gay icon David Ogden's cheers. Well done.
truly.
Well, since you chose Carnage, I'll reiterate everything you said about Murder She Spoke.
Perfect.
Because that was my backup for incongruous,
Yeah.
as well as elaborate. I mean, it sort of lends itself. Elaborate could either be incongruous or inventive, and it turns out that yes, he certainly had to do a lot of stuff. He did
Yes.
have to do all of the things that you mentioned, including then lie to the faces of everyone after,
Mm,
and manage to keep his cool and stay under the radar. He is not even a suspect.
yeah.
He has nothing interesting to say. So he does, and he doesn't confess.
Right.
So the fact that he did all of this and doesn't immediately then admit it, I think is even stronger because that's not part of the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plan is getting away with it. And so
Hmm.
he'll probably argue not guilty in on court. I mean, if they find the tape, there's no guarantee they'll find the tape.
I think they did
He
find the
may.
tape. Faraday went through th looked through the tapes after
Oh, at the
13
very end,
hours. Yeah.
he
It was
mentions
sort
you're
of like
right.
the
You're right.
epilogue. Yeah.
Right, right, right. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So they have the tape.
Yeah.
Well, tapes are not always admissible evidence. We'll see how that goes. That could also
Right.
be argued in discovery. There's all kinds of stuff that could happen
Sure.
there.
Totally. It's not a very
Um,
solid clue, right?
right. And it also doesn't mean he definitely did it. It's
Right.
strong. It's strong. It's circumstantial. It's still
It
circumstantial.
means he was doing some weird shit, but it doesn't
Right.
necessarily point to murder.
And technically, one could argue it was recorded on the spot while he was speaking.
Yeah.
He didn't necessarily have to say, oh, he recorded it and then played it back. What if he was just recording it that moment?
Hmm.
There's no proof of when that was recorded.
Right.
So he recorded himself on the phone in that moment.
Yeah.
There's a lot of arguable stuff. A lot of arguable
Yeah.
stuff. But the fact he didn't destroy that tape or erase it is stupid.
Stupid.
Uh so yeah, that I'll have to go with that one. But again, I think the real answer is Carnage.
Corned beef and cat. I mean, we are of the same mind, which is very good.
Best motive. These are the people that we find most vindicated and justified. I maintain that I don't advocate for any of this
Right.
as a
Right.
solution.
We are
That's not the
nonviolent
point
people. Yeah.
for the most part. But I don't really. I'm a little bit more. I don't know if you'd call it pragmatic or what, but I'm people make decisions without consulting me. So these people make decisions, and I'm sort of like, I get it. I
Yeah.
get it. And I
You do you,
get
boo.
why Kate Mulgrew killed that guy.
Mm,
I don't think she should have, and I think it was an overcorrection, but I see her point,
yeah.
and I see her methodology, and I see why she will go to prison for the rest of her life because of how much work she put into it. Um,
Yeah.
I like her motive. It's an easy motive. It's an obvious motive. It's not convoluted. She was mad at this guy for using her.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Yeah.
What a
You know,
schmuck.
it's very like death in Murder in the Electric Cathedral. It feels a little bit in that vein, right?
I see your point.
Do
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It feels
I
like
do.
not the right solution here, but because of
But I
what you
get
were
it.
feeling, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know you did something wrong too. Like
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know that it was, yeah.
And you were willing to take
Uh
this risk because you
yeah.
felt that strongly about it.
And
And
my
it was
backup
about
is
love.
a similar motive too, but I'll let you say yours
Yeah.
first.
Well, my best motive is Night of the Headless Horseman.
Well,
Was
there
that
you
your?
have it.
I think
It's
I know what
not,
your
but
backup
it's a
was.
strong one. You
Yeah,
probably do because I
I
keep
think I do now.
bouncing between the two of those.
I think Night of the Headless Horseman is really effective because a very non-violent person commits the murder in a moment of utter disgust and passion, right? Because Nate
Yeah.
Finley is rubbing it in this guy's face, what he did, to the person he loved the most.
Right.
And Nate Finley he's fucked with lots of people here, right? But to have that level of hubris and disdain for a human life in front of the person who cares for that dead girl the most,
It's taunting.
I can't imagine doing anything else in that circumstance. And
Mm,
Nate does it because he doesn't believe that these people have this in them, right? But this dentist does. And it's
mm,
also really sad because he says, I don't really care that I'm found out. My life ended when she died. And
yeah.
I don't care that he's dead. It is what it is. And I agree with him. Nate Finley had it coming, and this person had the strongest motive of the bunch.
Everything after that is pretty batshit, though. Him framing Dorian, him
Oh, right,
undressing this man, riding through town,
right,
going back, redressing him, putting
right.
his boots on, cutting his head off. All of the rest of that, I'm not saying he was as sober as a judge, but he was not in a moment of
No, he was not in his right mind.
insanity.
And he
No, but
thought he even says like
he wasn't temporarily insane at that moment. That takes
no.
too many hours.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and he even says like, and then I saw Dorian laying there, and then it came to me.
I know. He
So
was
he's
willing
a
to let
poet
Dorian
too.
take it.
Yeah. So I don't agree with that. But the
But
reason
you get
why
it.
he decided in that moment with his dentist tools in hand
Yeah,
to stab Nate Finley in the neck, I get it.
why not?
Yeah.
My backup was Stay Struck, Julian Lord killing
Yeah.
Barbara Bennington.
It was on my list too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I also felt Jessica Walter, Magnum on Ice, had a good motive because she was having death threats against her. She really didn't have a lot of choices if she wanted to maintain
Yeah.
control of the company she helped build. And so if she got to
Every
kill,
other choice
she
did
got to
not
kill.
make it self-defense, but
True.
everything,
True.
every other choice thereafter. Um,
Yeah.
and then you know what? It's funny. I think that Julian is an outlier for me because I usually find the men less redeemable than the women, even if their motivation is love or affection or
Yeah.
protection or what have you. And of course, Julian's blows up in his face because now everything will come out, and he was trying to do everything but that,
Yeah.
which makes it extremely, sad,
Hmm.
especially for a man of his age now going to prison. Like,
No.
well, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably will be a nice prison, but as prisons go,
We can
he has
hope.
money. He has money and stature, and he's also is the first offense. I'm not
Right.
saying that that will automatically make him innocent or, but I don't think he'll be punished in the same direction
Yeah.
as as
Right.
our dentist friend.
Want, want, want. One White Rose for Death was also like,
Yeah,
that feels a little bit more like high level. So it's a little less interesting, but
right. Well, I think also one of the reasons that I think Corpse Flu edges out others for me is because
mhm.
it's also more fun.
It is fun. It is fun. That's
It's more
important.
fun. Julian's is not as fun,
No.
and I liked Barbara,
Yeah.
so
I know she was fun to watch.
she was. He took away the bright
Julian.
star that was bright Barbara Bennington.
Julian.
Uh, Julian. All right. Worst motive. You get to
Worst
pick this
motive.
one
I
first.
do. It's Dead Man's Gold. It's Susan in Dead Man's Gold. She murdered a woman because she was mean to her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Susan is truly a sociopath. I stand by that. And when
Yeah.
she confesses to the murder, she is stone-faced. Don't look at me that
Yeah.
way. She does not care. She is a young woman who has made a terrible decision and doesn't seem to care or understand how stupid a decision it was based on what was eating away at her. She just said I painted my nails and primped myself all day. What a bitch.
That's all you
I'm gonna
that's all
kill
you
her. I'm gonna
that's all you
bash her
did.
head in with a tire iron.
That's all you did, honey.
Susan is unstable. Susan needs to be locked up a long time.
Well, for my worst murder, I did also have Dead Man's Gold on my possibilities list, but I
Hmm.
did end up going with Murder She Spoke Again.
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason that it's bonkers and that
Hmm.
it's it is what it is. And even though I wanted other category, I wanted to consider other categories. I'm sorry, other episodes and other sequences for.
Hmm.
I don't like. I didn't love. Interestingly enough, I know he did it kind of for Love Again, but bottom line,
Yeah.
it wasn't as engaging to me as Murder She Spoke, which is so elaborate again
Hmm.
for a shitty motive. It's Dead Man's Gold, so elaborate for a shitty motive. Like it's
Right.
so much work put into this when it was like,
Right.
what are we? What's the point, guys?
Well, and if he had been
So
discovered bootlegging, what kind of crime is that? It was a violation of a
theft,
contract, I'm sure,
theft.
right? Theft, but it's pretty low
It's
level.
it. Yeah, it is. There's stakes there to a degree,
Yeah.
but none of those stakes are even really addressed.
No.
Him losing his job, him being given theft charges, possibly even sued by Stoney. Like there are stakes.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Who cares?
There are ways around this. There's just ways
Hmm.
around this, and the certainty that he knew that that was the only way he could get around it, to the point of getting a steak knife weeks earlier, just
Yeah.
shows again the writer's fucking up, but
Yeah.
that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Best murder confession scene. Ooh,
This is my favorite category. Oh, you get to go first. I hope you don't pick mine, but you might. Who knows?
it should, because there's two that are very strong for me, and they might be very strong for you as well.
I have a feeling. What does your heart tell you, Devon?
Do you pick a gentleman or a lady?
A gentleman.
All right, I'll go with the lady. I'm gonna go with Ann Dusenberry. I have a feeling I know who yours
Yay!
is.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Ann Dusenberry. And Simon Says there is so much to deconstruct because we don't know if she's crazy or not, if
Yeah.
she made it all up in her head, if there really was an affair. This is a woman, and it is a true crime of passion, but it's an accidental murder.
Yeah.
It's manslaughter, really.
Yeah.
And while, manslaughter, she wrote, doesn't have quite the same ring to it, every choice she makes thereafter doesn't help her case for manslaughter.
No.
The confession scene with the commitment of her of the flashback with her dropping the coat and her just
Hmm.
stumbling blindly, just with such desperation. It's
Overcome.
such,
Yeah.
yeah, it's so rich that in lesser hands it would be parody, and I believe it here.
Hmm.
And it's one of the strengths of Murder She Wrote being so dramatic and still managing to stay grounded.
It's a real lean in moment, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so for her to admit that she had either a mental or a physical affair or a
An emotional
what do you
attachment or
emotional, yeah, something
entanglement with
like
this
that.
person. Yeah.
Who you again, we can go in a lot of different ways of how sympathetic we want Simon to be, if he was in fact an austere gentleman who did not lead her on or did not actually take advantage of her, because there is a power control situation
Hmm.
there. Yeah, there's a lot there, and her confession is captivating. It's in front of her husband, who is dejected.
Oh, that poor
Jessica's
guy.
not Jessica's satisfied that she finally picked the right person, but she didn't. She actually got the confession out of the person she wasn't grilling.
Hmm.
She was grilling Dick Sargent, and she ended up getting the other one.
Yeah.
And she spills. She just spills.
Yeah.
It's almost a relief to come out. So
And the way she says it too.
it's so good.
What
She's almost she.
he was the most important person in the world to
It was
me.
almost erotic.
And I killed him.
It's yeah.
And I killed him.
It's good shit.
So much pain in
So
her voice when she says it. I mean, I actually had this as a backup for most inventive murder because I love that detail that Jessica almost gets it wrong too. And the
yeah,
clues are cluing and it feels, I mean, I know the scene is dramatic, they're supposed to be, but it feels like life. She
yeah.
feels like a real person who is the weight of the world has been lifted off of her, and obviously the weight of the world is settling in on her at the same time because the consequences she is finally dealing with of the murder or crime she committed. She's wonderful in that scene.
Mhm.
In lesser hands, would not be the same. Can you guess who I've chosen for my best murder?
I'm assuming it's George Firth.
It's George Firth, baby. No
Yeah.
laughing murder. I mean, it's a very long confession scene too, but I think for me it has all of the elements I want. And that is people in the wings, Jessica using her best manipulation tactics and setup tactics, going for the jugular right away to catch someone off their guard, and watching them crumble, crumble, crumble. And again, this is all great, but it's made wonderful by George Firth's performance in the
Hmm.
moment.
Yeah.
The really weak person who is finally collapsing.
After decades of lying.
Decades. And you can see it in him too.
Yeah.
And the
He's
way he just breaks
weathered.
down. He's marvelous. He's marvelous in that scene. And he has no choice because he's essentially cornered, right? He's cornered by these wild animals that are about to pounce on him, which is Mac, Murray, Jessica,
Mhm.
Wiley.
Yeah, he has nothing. He has nothing
He
left.
has nothing.
And he also
This is the
is
end.
alone.
He's alone.
He has no romantic partner to speak
Mm-mm.
of. This has consumed his life,
Hmm.
and these were his friends.
That's the
Yeah.
really sad part about it, is that he killed a friend that everyone loved. It doesn't even
That they'll
matter, like,
always hate him for. That they will
yeah,
always hate him for.
yeah, he will
Yeah.
always be a villain to these people who he's known for decades and decades. And it doesn't really matter the implausibility of like, oh, he strangled somebody, then got his body to a closet and hung it up and blah, 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 blah. It almost doesn't matter because what
Mhm.
matters is when did the fraud start? It was just a few $1,000s at first. And then I kept taking it. I kept taking. And when he's talking about Artie said he looked at me like I was a rat or something.
Yeah.
I offered him money. I offered him anything. Such
Yeah.
desperation. It's such a beautiful performance.
And the fact that he knows he's also partially responsible for their falling out because while
Mhm.
ostensibly, yes, they say it's a woman, it created tension all along.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
So good.
that
I
was
feel like
my backup.
I feel like we need to give a little shout out to one murder confession scene that is just so much fun. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Is it Big Top?
Death stalks the big top. Mrs.
That's
Fletcher.
your instantly quotable.
So
Also goes
good.
on for about 5.5 hours.
Uh-huh.
It's just
It's such a
so
romp,
much.
a
So
merry-go-round of fun.
it is. It
Yeah.
really is. It
It
really,
really
really
lives up
is.
to the season premiere, right? It really gives you something to hold on to. I'm still thinking about that murder.
Hmm.
22 episodes later.
And it's not that exciting a murder. He just gets
No.
hit with a bat and then
Yeah.
trampled by an elephant.
It's just the
I mean, the
mustache
elephant's
twirling of it
exciting, but
all. Yeah. So good. Okay.
uh,
We're
it's
getting there.
time.
We're
We're
rounding the
time
corner.
for our big four. Basically,
Hmm.
this is a new set of categories. Most successful season three big swing. So in a season of giant swings, some huge and
Hmm.
some minimal.
Yeah.
For minimal big swings, like they were still out of pocket for this show,
Hmm.
but they may not
Hmm.
have had like a lasting impact per se.
Right.
You get to
Right.
go first and say what your most successful big swing was.
I do. I think it for me, it's no accounting for murder. And I sort of mentioned this up top. I love the genre nod, but I think for me, particularly from a production standpoint, this really stands out because the camera work in No Accounting for Murder is different than any camera work we've seen. The sense of
Mhm.
uncanny valley in that episode is different than anything we've seen.
Mm.
The characters are not necessarily the most engaging. We've seen the types before. We've seen the widowed bitch ex-wife. We've seen the businessman who has shady dealings. We've seen money tax evasion before, right? But it really is the way it's filmed and the way they've created the setting that feels like such a choice. And I even said when we talked about that episode, I want to see what the next iteration of that looks like. but it's an uncomfortable episode in the way it's filmed, in the Les Mis close-up of it all, the shaky camera work, the high chair rail ceilings, the claustrophobia of it all. It feels like it doesn't really exist in this universe. It's just slightly off to the side and in its own category. And I think that's a cool swing.
Yeah, yeah. I think most successful big swing was the first two-part episode that was written to be two parts. So while there are episodes like
Hmm.
our Sherlock Holmes, which is two parts, it was constructed as one. So I, as one long episode, I find wait, am I crazy on that one or am I mistaken on that one?
What's that?
That Sherlock Holmes was written as one
I
solid, or
believe
was
it
it
was
written as
one.
two?
Yeah. I think it was
Okay.
all, I mean, it's classified depending on where you look, but I believe it was one night. They didn't extend that. I think it was one 2 hour event, wasn't it?
1 hour and 34 episodes. Yes. 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 Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy.
Yeah.
So this one actually takes the choice of Big Top, which
Hmm.
cuts it into two, which makes the audience have to follow one to the next. And I
Right.
think why that is successful is it allowed them to do things in that episode and in that sequence of episodes that didn't feel rushed
Yeah.
and would allow some more writing technique to really let some of the characters marinate in a season where I felt really more episodes would have benefited from longer
A little more
sequences.
time. Yeah.
Unfinished business was another example that I gave where I'm like, I feel this could have been two episodes.
Yeah.
That happened in season two as well. And the reason I'm going to give them credit for doing it is because they finally did it.
Yeah. And you get a murder in each episode too.
Yes. Yes. You
Very
get more
smart.
Florence Henderson, you get more oh, what's her name? She was
Lee
our horse
Purcell.
riding girl. Yes.
Yeah. She's great.
Um a lot of that. And I appreciate it. Well, it's not my favorite episode, and we'll
Yeah.
get to episode in a minute.
Yeah.
I appreciate them taking that effort, making that
Hmm.
effort in a season that, frankly, I feel took a lot of big swings, and there are more that I did not care for in the long
Yeah.
run.
Yeah. For sure. That's a good angle. But the true
Ah,
two-parter.
yeah, a true two-parter intended as a two-parter that the audience had to take in as a two-part. That's a swing. That's a swing. That is a swing
Hmm.
for a
Hmm.
murder mystery show because it requires very different storytelling techniques.
Yeah. They invested a lot into it. It's very clear that they invested a lot into that episode as well. I mean, just having animals on set, having a whole circus
Yeah.
environment created in an outdoor setting, that's a huge ask.
Hmm.
You have to go to a site. That's not in a soundstage, right? Some of it I'm sure was,
Some
but
of it is, but yeah, but a
but
lot of
to
it
find the
is, but it's also a
location,
very different type of soundstage too, because
yeah.
then you're shooting for outdoors.
Hmm.
It made my possibility list, but I know that it's less successful in other ways. Is I think it's a big swing, and it more or less pays off as my backup was Days Dwindle Down. I think that
Okay.
I'm more contented with that episode than
Yeah.
many. Although you
Yeah.
said it was highly rated, it's a swing, and
Hmm.
I generally like it, even though it's a
Sure.
downer.
Yeah. Ooh.
Least successful swing.
Yeah.
Oh, did you
Tell
have
me,
another
what do you
backup
think?
for a big swing that you liked?
No, I thought Crossed Up was a good swing too. Having Jessica stuck in
That
bed,
yeah,
almost not big enough to like really acknowledge it, but the fact that she is sedentary for an entire episode of TV is a bold
that's an
choice,
effort.
right? And I
That is
think
it's bold.
even though I have problems with that episode in some way, I do think our core four are really strong in it, and I like the noir genre vibe, and I think it was successful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Least successful big swing. That would be the Jerry Orbach backdoor pilot, which
Death Takes
is
a Dive
Death Takes a Dive. Big
was my
swing.
first choice. Yeah.
Um, yeah, boring concept,
Yeah.
boring kill, boring. I mean, I don't love the football episode, but you got me with other stuff. I
Yeah.
don't love the I don't tennis doesn't really appeal to me, but you get me there with other stuff. I don't care
Hmm.
about boxing. You could have still gotten me there. You could have. You still
Right.
could have.
Yeah.
And they didn't. They didn't.
No,
Massive editing aside, it's just not a compelling pilot. It's a shitty first episode.
it's it's not
Um,
good. It's not good. Casting
it was
problems.
it was between that and deciding it was my least favorite episode. It's actually technically not my least favorite episode, which is why I'm revealing that now.
Right.
But
Right.
I couldn't allow it to go unnoticed that they tried,
Hmm.
but they were more successful on the Magnum two-parter, and I didn't even like the first episode of the Magnum two-parter. What failed it for you?
Oh gosh, this is really hard for me because I think Death Takes a Dive is so far and away the least successful swing. And so I have two that I'm kind of mulling about here.
Sure.
Um, and I oh, dare I say it? I think that Magnum on Ice didn't work as well as it should have.
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
think it's fun. I still like it. I will watch it again. I think the performances are really fun in it. I think Amy, that character, is so intriguing, the one who just sort of disappears at the end, right? And we
With her
follow it.
jewels.
Yes, it's very cool. And of course, Jessica Walter is doing all the work, and Magnum is so charming. The misstep is Magnum and Jessica don't get a lot of time to work together. We get sort of this clash at the beginning where Magnum is stubbornly being a misogynist, frankly, and an ageist against Jessica. And then once we sort of get him in jail, and then Jessica's doing the heavy lifting, they don't ever meet in the middle in a way that feels satisfying. Not to mention the Magnum half of that episode is kind of boring. He just follows people in cars all episode. And the Jessica part of that episode, she doesn't really have the Watson in Magnum that I had hoped. And so for something that really should have capitalized on the strengths of both episodes or both
Hmm.
series,
Hmm.
didn't really capitalize on the strengths of either.
Yeah.
There's cool stuff in it, and so it's worth watching and it's fun, but it just doesn't really quite get there for me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. What was your almost?
Probably Minor Key.
Yeah.
And
I
the
mean, that
reason
seems like such an obvious choice
I
too.
know, but if I'm honest,
And it's not bad.
I like the cast in it. I think the cast is
Yeah.
doing good work. I like the killer reveal. I like who the killer was. I think Stan is really Herb Edelman is really fun. George Grizzard is fun. I think we've talked about it already. The cast is wonderful in that, and I think it works a little better than the Magnum episode because we're trying a cool new idea that Jessica's telling one of her stories, which sort of legitimizes that she is a mystery
Right.
author and she doesn't have to be surrounded by murder all the time. She can actually just write a story.
And it's one of the better framing ones where she tells us a story.
Yeah, yeah.
There are
So
future episodes where she's the one telling us the story, and they're not good episodes.
yeah. So it's I think it's more successful, even though our lead actor is maybe miscast and we need someone with
Mm.
more gravitas. I still like watching it. I thought I
Yeah.
would like it less, but I really enjoyed it. I love the jumping through the window sequence. I love Tyler was my problem. She's great too. So
The
it
world
delivers in a Murder She Wrote
belonged
way
to me.
that's I'm
Yeah.
satisfied with. So it's sort of in the middle of the swings for me, that one.
Nice. No, it's fair. It's absolutely fair. I mean, really, I guess this is sort of a haphazard backup because my first one was I'm glad that they finally did a two-parter. Least successful swings were that they stuffed too much into one episode. Um,
Yeah.
and so I feel like some were a little either top heavy or bottom heavy and didn't quite
Hmm.
make it together. But we're down to
Our final
our
two,
final two.
our final two, least favorite episode and favorite episode. I get to go
Now I will
first for least
say
favorite. Go on.
before
Go
we
on.
before we address this, least favorite episode is weighted, and we're probably going to give some criteria here as to why we feel the way that we do about these episodes.
Hmm.
But I will say I enjoyed watching all of these episodes to some degree
Yeah,
while
there's
doing this
something good
process.
about all of them. In past seasons, there were some episodes that were just I will not need to watch again. I don't need to see Caitlyn
So
Jenner on screen anytime
yeah,
again. right?
ever
Like
again.
that
Yeah,
was enough for me.
that was enough for me. Oh, the poor
My
Dick Buckus. Oh, adorable.
oh, that cutie. Okay. My least favorite episode of season three, unfinished business. Probably no surprise. I just don't like it. I don't think enough happens. I don't think the characters are developed enough. I think this idea that like Seth is like running through the woods at night and like shows up all disheveled is dumb. Haley Mills is totally underused. There's not enough time given for our killer confession scene, Pat Hingle, which could be good because he's an interesting, complex character. But it's so funny. The episode is so slow, and then we get that killer confession wrapped up in no joke, 90 seconds. It feels so unsatisfying and like, wait a minute, I need to settle into this a little bit.
And he's not even sorry, or even
No,
frankly that indignant. He's
he
like,
should have
yeah, that's
taken
what
the damn
happened.
vacation. What's wrong with him?
Um, his
And
three watches.
the setting is kind of blah. Like we go to a lodge later in the season that's much more fun. I mean, George Clooney's there, so of course it's going to be more fun. But the lodge is ugly. Uh, who's our
I think we compared it to Sticks and not Six and Seven. We compared it to Lady in the Lake, and we're like, "Where's the
yeah.
charm? There's no charm."
That's it. There's no fun. There's no comedy. The cop presence is a dick.
Yeah, he is.
He's not, and he doesn't really turn around in a way that feels satisfying. And then Aaron Morin in
Yeah.
that mousy brown hair, just sort of sobbing. The victim is uninteresting. We don't care. It just fails for me on so many levels, and mostly it's boring.
Mm,
So that was my least favorite.
that's fair.
Yeah,
That's more than fair.
yeah.
Um, my least favorite episode. I don't go back to this episode a lot. I will
Mhm.
skip it more often than not. So that to me sort of tells me. Uh, I just don't like watching it. And that would be Obituary for a Dead Anchor.
Oh, it needed a little love slash hate because we haven't mentioned it
Yeah,
once.
it's I don't like the anchor
Yeah.
who's well, the one who we think is dead, but turns out not to be. I don't like the love interest. I feel that
Paula
pieces of it
Roman?
are already accomplished in the Del Scott episode
Yeah.
that are lacking in this one. I want to like our confession, but it's not enough for me.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for him, but I don't
Also a
know
bad motive.
again, bad motive. You're getting old and you don't like this upstart taking your job.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that, I mean, and maybe again, if I was like, oh, but if he was a Hollywood actress, wouldn't I feel more? Yeah, probably, but I'm not engaged. I'm not engaged.
Yeah.
And while there are parts of Death Takes a Dive that I find interminable, and there are parts of what's the other one with Deadline for Murder, which I
Hmm.
find unsatisfying, including an entire character who disappears, and she's the lawman.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on that. I
Yeah.
find Obituary to also be just not compelling.
Yeah.
I like barely any of it.
Yeah. Well,
And
they
Tupper
have a
is really annoying in it
he is.
because he interrupts her while she's on camera and is like, "Who is
Oh,
this guy?" Like you,
jeez.
even if she wasn't on camera, she was clearly having a conversation with someone,
You don't
nosy
talk to
fellow.
people like that.
Talk
What?
to people like that.
Well, and the whole like exploding boat is there for intrigue and to sort of
It
draw
should
us
be
in. It's
exciting.
not. It's not
I'm
though.
not even excited by the missing toes. Like it's just sort of, and even the wife is sort of she's fun, but she's not that exciting. There are far better performances this season.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean, she could be
that
a
doctor
one-scene
who
wonder,
barely
but
shows
she's
up.
frankly not, it's not interesting enough.
Yeah. And I think I was even more of an apologist for her when we watched it, that I was like,
Yeah.
no, I like her. I do like her.
Yeah.
I don't like the episode. So yeah,
Yeah.
my answer is Obituary for a Dead Anchor.
Yeah.
with Death Takes a Dive and Deadline for Murder on the way, but not
Yeah,
quite hitting the mark of obituary.
I have Deadline for Murder and Death Takes a Dive as my two backups. Yep.
Yeah,
Deadline
they're
for Murder
just
is this is boring.
yeah.
It's
And again,
boring.
there are pieces of it that
Of
work.
course.
There are pieces of it that really work, and then so much that just doesn't. So much that just doesn't.
Right. Right. Well,
But now
we
we get
come
to
to
end on
our
a happier
final
note.
category.
Yeah.
We're there,
Um,
and you get first pick.
I know,
Favorite
and
episode of the season.
you have to guess which of the two that I obviously am going to pick from I chose. Because I've been bouncing against them the whole time. And if you don't say the other one, I will be very surprised. But I'm gonna go. Hell, I have to say Stage Struck. I'm gonna go with Stage Struck.
I knew you would choose Stage Struck.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah,
know what my backup is, but
I think I do.
there's something ever so slightly more satisfying about Stage Struck for me, even though I don't like all of the characters. I don't have to like all the characters. That's not really the point. I think the motive is interesting. I think the characters are interesting. I like old Hollywood, so I'm already drawn to these sort of characters portraying old Hollywood. I like the upstart element. I like the incredulousness of, oh, but she didn't take her aspirin with red wine. She must be allergic to it. It's
Hmm.
so, what are you talking about? Who takes aspirin with red wine and considers that a plus? There's just a lot there, and it's sumptuous. It's fun to watch. It's baffling and bonkers and maddening at times, but that's part of the fun of the show.
Yeah.
So
Even the characters who are
it
frustrating in that are fun to be frustrated at, right?
yeah.
Like our
Yeah. Our
Morton P.
detective, yeah.
Drock. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very quotable. The husband and I pretend that we're painting the wing every now and then.
I just can't seem to get the perspective right.
I know. And that's the only time I think we ever hear Frank's voice. It's what'd you say your name was? Uh so there it's a little much at times, but I really as a full piece of a Murder She Wrote, it's a good first episode for people, I think too.
Oh, yeah, that's a great way of framing it. Yeah. I think you'll get Murder, She Wrote, and it's turned up just a notch enough that
Hmm.
it's exciting and special, but it's not
Hmm.
too loud that it's incongruous from the rest of the series, right? It's a
Right.
really good dose of the show. I agree. Yeah.
And it just barely edges out my second choice, but I'm gonna let you say your first one,
The Corpse Flew First Class.
which it barely notched out. Yeah.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Which
It's a
is,
great
I think,
episode.
just a superb episode of TV. There's something Agatha Christie about it to me,
Hmm.
right? And that's sort of it's one of the
It's a
inspirations
locked
for the
room
show,
mystery.
right? It's a locked room
It's
mystery. The characters are intriguing. Even the side characters who don't really have anything to do. There's that whole C plot storyline of the couple who are smuggling the dog into London.
yes.
How silly, but I love when they're on camera. I want to know what's happening. I want to know what they're up to. I know right away they're not responsible for the theft of a necklace or of a murder, but they're up
Mhm.
to something, and the reveal is so sweetly satisfying, right?
It could have been. They could have been. It could have been like War Games. You never know. What if they had been?
Maybe,
What if,
maybe. They're another one of our Mr. Wickham from One White Rose, right? Kate Mulgrew is outstanding, one of the best performances of the season. Even even like the pilot is interesting. Even the jewel person who happens to be on board is interesting, right? We wonder what is he thinking over there? He looks
yeah.
suspicious. Our Hollywood producer, who Jessica gets to spar with and have some comedy moments with. Everybody sort of wraps up so beautifully. And frankly, the conclusion of that, of leading Errol and his henchmen off to the office, the police office in the airport, where she's behind the door. They shut the door and she's standing behind it. I got you, bitch.
Good shit.
It's so good. It's
It's
so
so
good.
good.
Kate Mulgrew's confession at the end is so passionate and full of spite towards this man who decided he was going to leave her in London.
Yeah.
And so she came up with this plan at the last minute.
It's a very strong piece of ensemble
It
work.
really is.
And
Yeah.
it's deep in the season. It's I think the middle episode.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is really
And it
beloved. I mean, I feel a little silly for choosing something that's so beloved already, but I think I'm usually like a non-conventionalist, right? Like I want my own point of view on something, but I think in this
mm,
case, it's beloved for a reason because it's very good.
mhm,
Yeah. So,
yeah. And it also it's a progressive episode for what the trajectory of the show is. So technically that's a big swing too,
hmm
is introducing all of these characters in a specific way, in a an affluent kind of way. We're going to meet more characters like this, where suddenly, like
hmm
the Scottish play episode where Jessica's
Yeah,
on the board, the fashion show episode, which is I think our first episode of next season,
it is. Yeah.
Eden, Barbitals, like a lot of these like ensemble,
hmm
and even ones that are less tense,
Yeah.
or where the suspects are fewer. Are they? I think that's a progressive episode. It has a point
hmm
of view,
Yeah.
and it says we're going in this direction. Even in the Cabot Cove episodes, like with the Benedict Arnold episode,
Right.
like we're going in that direction.
Yeah.
Uh,
Absolutely. Well, and the thing about the corpse flew first class, do you remember I mentioned no accounting for murder and how I like what they're doing? I like the moves they're making, and I'd love to see the next iteration of those ideas.
yes,
Like what is the next level of polish on this kind of production and filmmaking? I think the corpse flew first class is the second level of turn it up for episodes like Murder Takes the Bus, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
And so they're really,
yeah.
really refining
It's
an
so
already
modern.
realized formula and making it better, even. Yeah.
It's so modern and so of the time at the same, but it's so sleek, and
hmm
yet it doesn't come across I mean it doesn't come across as old fashioned as some of the episodes do, and not
Yeah.
just because they're homespun or because they take place in Cabot Cove. There's an element of
It's
sophistication.
stylish. It's in vogue in a way, right? Yeah, I agree. So good. Did you have any backups for your favorite episode of the season?
I had Stage Struck and I had Corpse Flu
hmm
um as my top two. I mean,
hmm
there are other episodes that I really enjoy. I like Corned Beef and Carnage a lot.
hmm
Um, Headless Horseman, I think, is a strong top episode
hmm
of the season.
Yeah.
Um, I do genuinely like Bottom Line is Murder and No Laughing Murder at
Yeah.
that. I do like No Accounting for Murder too. Like
Yeah.
they're ever so slightly edged out
hmm
by the familiarity of Stage Struck and the sleek where are we going next with Corpse Flu.
Sure. I think No Laughing Murder is really superb. I think great subversions of ideas. I like that there are two confessions, two crimes. We get a lot of meaty performances in that one, so that really stands out. Simon Says Color Me Dead. I know it's packed full of like secrets and intrigue, but I really enjoyed watching it, and I will watch it again and again with a smile on my face. And my close third, which almost actually, it was my second. So Corpse Flew First Class was my first. My second place was No Accounting for Murder. There's something
Mm,
about that episode that I just adore. It's so much fun.
it's a good one. It's a
Yeah.
good one.
So,
Yeah, yeah.
oh my gosh,
We did it.
we
Well, what
did
was our
it.
now 4 hours ago when we mentioned our most surprising? What was that one again?
Episode that surprised us.
Yeah, When White Rose surprised me. What was your
Yeah.
surprise one?
The cemetery vote.
Cemetery Vote. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also strong contenders for a greatest hits album of this
Yeah.
season.
Totally.
So,
Totally. Both of them. A really
well,
fun
terrific.
season. Up and down, roller coaster.
Yeah. As I've said, next season seems a little bit more true to form. I think what we've learned from this season and make similar strong choices.
hmm
This not okay. this upcoming season, but not to the fashion show, the Nun episode,
The
the
Nun
Scottish play
episode.
episode.
Oh my gosh.
If it's Thursday, it must be Beverly.
This is honed in,
Uh,
bitch.
Trouble in Eden,
Hmm.
Doom with a View, Barbitals, Cursed Necklace,
The
the
cursed
return,
necklace.
the return of Lois Nettleman. There's some
It's
good
really,
stuff.
really fun.
The Fish episode, Shirley Jones as a politician, the Broadway
That's right.
episode. There's some really great stuff. There's some weird shit too. There's a
There is.
whole astronomy episode. There's a rodeo. There's some
The
we
rodeo
pick
episode
some.
is nuts.
It
Doesn't she just
truly
have a
is.
niece who's like at the rodeo or something like that, or a student? Yes, it's
It's the
getting
other
into it.
daughter from Empty Nest.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
We have
Yeah, it
Barbara and
is.
Carol making appearances here.
Finally. The wine
I'm
episode, it's
Carol. Oh yeah, the whiny one.
so so much going on. So I look forward to
That's
going
good.
through week by week with you for season four.
It'll be really fun. We'll have a bonus
Any
in the meantime.
yeah. Oh God. Yeah, we gotta settle
Yeah,
that.
I have some
We'll get
ideas.
that.
I'll run them by
Cool.
you. Yeah, I
Cool,
have
cool,
a few
cool.
ideas. But in the meantime,
I'm Victor Devon.
I'm petrified.
And this
And this
was
was Tonight
Night
on
on
Murder,
Murder
She Wrote, Season 3.
Post.
Let's bury this bitch.
I know. It seems like he'd be a nice sheriff. Is that a problem, Orville?
That's one name for it.
Another's getting rich.